Good morning, Broad Coven. I'm going to just give everybody a little time to get here. I'm running a few minutes behind. I had quite a late night last night. I was up burning the wee hour oil. Went way past the midnight hour, just working on some creative projects, stuff I'm going to be bringing in here. So I'm just going to give everybody a chance to sort of filter in the room. I got comments on. This is a live. I don't know why I have this pre-recorded banner up there. Maybe I should take this off. Let me see. If there is a way for me to take, maybe that's under branding. Let me see a minute here. Let me fix this because this is not pre-recorded. There we go. This is live. Hello, good morning. I have my pre-recorded banner up. That's how I kind of came in here today. Good to see you, Amanda. I love that you're already on the mantra. I'm going to put that up there. This is the spirit of the day. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I'm here. I'm excited to be here. I'm just kind of getting this space together a little bit, getting some incense going. We're going to drop in, but, while I'm giving people kind of a chance to filter in, I'm going to go ahead and just go over, the particulars, the formalities, shall we say. We are kicking off today two very important things here at Broad Coven. We're kicking off our community PANCHAKARMA. We do this 3 times a year here at Broad Coven. We do this with the fall season for VATA. And then we do it again in the spring for Kapha. And we do it again in the summer for Pitta. And these all kind of filter into in-between places with the transition in between seasons. When we're looking at VATA season runs like late, well, more like midway, I would say, midway through fall into that midway point of winter. And then from the midway point of winter, Kapha takes over, which we all know that. We all feel that when we hit that point, like right around, January, we start to feel a little bit of the heaviness from the holidays. That's because it's time to start clearing Kapha, but we don't really do the deep bulk clearing of Kapha until spring hits, okay? And then we have another in-between time that comes in with summer, and that's for Pitta, and that usually runs through the opening of fall because we tend to have hot openings to fall in a lot of places in the world. And of course, when we're looking at the southern hemisphere, everything gets flip-flopped, all right? So what they're focusing on right now is very different than what we're focusing on here in the northern hemisphere. So it's really about just kind of like paying attention to where you're at, also like noticing the environment. Are you in really hot weather? Even though it may be Pitta season, you may need to temper that a little bit with some Pitta cooling, okay? So we always factor in what's actually happening in the environment around us as well when we're balancing Ayurvedically. But I have 2 courses through my website, cobrasmedicinebag.com. I will pin the resources in the comments. And I have 2 courses that just opened up that are free to you that will guide you through this experience. This is the first time I'm doing this, combining Grace in Crisis with the Roots with Wings VATA balancing course. And I'm really excited about it. Actually, I was going over the material and I feel like it's so complementary and it's only going to enhance the experience. And I think we're all in a place where, even if we're on the other side of it, collectively for a few years now, we've dealt with a lot of crisis. We've dealt with a lot of trauma. We've dealt with a lot of difficulty in interpersonal relationships because we went through this whole time where we were isolated, and that shifted things. It shifted things a lot. It shifted things for those of us who were already in live-in relationships. It created situationships. It shifted things for people who were alone. They felt more isolated. They might have dealt with things like depression, anxiety. Some people have felt a lot of social awkwardness just about moving back into the flow of life. So I think that this is something that's really pertinent right now, and also why people seem to be kind of walking around with a lot of cognitive dissonance. I think it's kind of a twofold issue. I'm working on some stuff Ayurvedically, and I will say that in terms of Ayurveda, they are also working on some things. I did see They put up a video. Some of the doctors in India put up a video that they feel like they're going to have a solution. They're going to arrive at a solution by the time we hit the end of this year. They're predicting that they're going to have a solution for those who are having adverse reaction to the boost to their system. Let's just put it that way. Okay. I want this to be able to stay up. Some people are having some issues with this. Some people are having some cognitive issues with it, long-term, long-standing. They may call it long, but it's actually related to these reinforcements to the immune system that are causing the problems from what I'm seeing. And it's not for everybody, okay? But there are some people that are experiencing this. Not all of us react to those reinforcements in the same way. Now see, here comes the blocking energy coming in. All right, I'm going to wrap this up really quick, but I will say that I used to do it for 2 seasons. I did it because my doctors pestered me so much for the flu. Okay, I did flu reinforcements twice. Was really not for it. I really didn't want to do it. But I'm a special population, so a lot of people don't know that about me, but I was born with lung issues. I was really overdue, and when I was born, I was pretty much DOA. I had no breathing, no respiration, no heartbeat. I was blue. My skin was peeling. I mean, they call me a miracle baby. I was born on Friday, October the 13th. So it was a lucky day for me, actually, and Friday the 13th has always been a good luck day for me, but they almost gave up on me. And there was a new doctor that was in the delivery room, and he was young and green, and it was his first delivery that he ever took part in, and he just couldn't bear it. And he asked if they could try one last ditch effort to intubate me, and it was that very thing that saved my life. So they say that if as much as, you know, a couple seconds longer would have gone on without me having oxygen to my brain, that I either would not be functioning as a human, you know, or I would not be here. So that's kind of like how I got my lung damage, and I've struggled with chronic bronchitis my whole life because of it. This season is a season I always have to be mindful of, but certainly over the past few years, people have become more vigilant around this, right? More concerned about their immunity, more concerned about what is the common flu. Okay, so I have to be very careful about contracting anything like that because it will really throw me into a tailspin. Often a flu will turn into a hardcore bout of bronchitis and I'll be sick for months, and it's not a good thing. So I've been doing really good. I haven't had bronchitis. Gosh, it's been years now. Okay, it's been years now. And I never partook in any of that. Okay, and I never did any of the, covering my face or none of that. And I'm a special populations person, and my immune system's stronger than it ever has been. Okay, so Ayurveda has really helped me with that. There's a lot that Ayurveda can do. That's part of what I'm bringing in with the VATA course. So there's a lot of stuff that will help you stay healthy and not get sick during this season. And I'm excited to bring all of that in. But that being said, my doctors were really on me at this time to, go get, reinforcements for the flu. I finally relented. I got my first one for the flu. And this was for the flu. This was not for CVID. Okay. This was for the flu. This was years ago, before any of this mess even happened. And I went and I got, my reinforcement for the flu, and I was the sickest I'd ever been. I was sick for probably a good 5 months solid. I just got every single flu that came around, and it did me in because every bout went into bronchitis. So it made me really terribly ill. I lost a lot of work. I was on constant antibiotics. It was horrible, and it destroyed my whole system. So the next year rolled around, and my doctors were back on me to go and get this flu reinforcement. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I got so sick. I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with it. And they were very adamant that, I should do this, that I should go and do it. And that, oh, well, the first time it just takes your system a while to get used to. And I'm like, if it takes my system getting that sick to get used to something, maybe I shouldn't be doing it, you know? I mean, I think it's a different experience for everybody, and this is what we have to remember, right, about body autonomy, that we all have our personal freedom to make the choices that are right for us. This is one thing that I really love about Ayurveda. Ayurveda is very much about body autonomy. It's understanding that what, you know, affects one person one way will have the opposite result with another. So there is no one right way. It's what's right for you. And nobody should be making choices about what's right for your body other than you, because you're living in your body. So you know what you're feeling. And isn't it funny how sometimes you'll go to the doctor and they'll tell you what you're feeling. And you're like, no, actually, it's like the opposite of that. And they don't listen, right? Because it's just like this script, you know, that they have to run through. It's what they're trained to do. And a lot of this has to do with just everything being so intertangled with the pharmaceutical industry, right? It's a big, big business. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. And we got a little bit of brokenness in our Western system of medicine, because it's more invested in us being sick than it is in us getting well, getting better, all right? So that's one thing that Ayurveda can do for you, is Ayurveda really focuses on prevention. Another thing that makes Ayurveda very different from our traditional Western system of medicine is that it doesn't treat the symptom. It says, I'm curious, why is this symptom here? This is very unusual. Let's really track the symptom. Let's figure out where this is coming from. What are the roots of this disorder that's happening in the body? It's because of some kind of accumulation. And when we're looking at accumulation, which is like the chain of reaction it takes for dis-ease to build in the body until it becomes really rooted on the physical level, it first takes place in the ether and air elements. So Vata is what leads all the other doshas. So you can be guaranteed, no matter what kind of issue you're dealing with, okay, on some level, if you were to trace it all the way back to the root of that issue, it would be Vata. Even if you have a Kapha imbalance, even if you have a Pitta imbalance, somewhere along the way, in order for there to be that accumulation in Vata, in order for there to be that accumulation in Pitta, there first has to be disruption in Vata, because Vata sets the tone. It's the mother of all doshas. And so they'll often say, you know, well, I say, if mama ain't happy, ain't no one happy. That's what I say of Vata. So everybody, even if you've had your Prakruti done and you know what your birth type is, everybody can benefit from what's coming forward with this Panchakarma here, okay? In fact, every Panchakarma that comes around, you know, when it's that dosha season, even if we have a completely different Prakruti, we still need to be mindful of the season and incorporating some balancing measures. And that's how we keep our constitution balanced. So I'm giving just a really, really brief primer into Ayurveda 101. You know, we believe in Ayurveda, everything that is inherent in nature is inherent in mankind, humankind. So it's very much a picture of macrocosm is reflected in the microcosmology of us, of our earth suits, this human vehicle that we get to travel through life and experience things through, okay? So if there's dis-ease, disorder, imbalance in the body, we know that this imbalance is inherent on all stratums of being. It's not just imbalance occurring on a physical level. It's imbalance that's also occurring on a mental level, an emotional level, a spiritual level in our lives, in our life experiences, that this very imbalance that is causing this dis-ease or disorder is actually evident all around us. It's a big lesson. And we have to remember that our earth suits, this physical body that we come into life with. Hello, I'm just going to bring you each in as you come in and say hello. Hello, Miss Jenna. Wonderful to have you here. It's wonderful to have people dropping in with me on live time. I came sliding into this live like a wrecking ball. I'm ready for some Vata balancing. I'm a little Vata deranged right now. I kind of like Vata derangement. I have to say I'm going off on a little bit of Vata derangement right now. You see how I did that? I do actually have Vata in my constitution. I'm a Pitta Vata. I don't know, you know, I've had a couple different Ayurvedic doctors get on my pulse, and they have a little bit of discrepancy. Some say I'm Pitta dominant, some say I could be Vata dominant, some say I'm kind of like neck and neck with both. And that really speaks to me because I feel like I feel like I lean more towards Vata. They always say that if you look at how you were as a child, that gives you the greatest indication of what your true Prakriti, your birth constitution is. And that's because as you get older, you know, you start to be shaped by your environment, just, you know, the environment around you. And this can throw off your natural dosha balance from a very young age. Okay. So this is very, very much in play. Yeah, see, yes, this is kind of, these are the symptoms that come in. This, and also what I'm doing right here. Do you see how my energy kind of like I was on one track and then I'm like, woo, squirrel. Okay, that's very much like Vata deranged. That's when you know your nervous system is needing like a little tempering, okay? And I'm definitely there. I like this energy a little bit though. I have to say, I do like to go out on the ethers. I do like getting that like burst of energy that comes before the crash. I get a lot done with that energy. So I was up really late last night and I knew I had to do this live. I also knew I had to attend the live on the Just Us Tarot channel. That's the exclusively Libra channel for all Libra placements only. It's our space. And really good read drop there today. So if you're a Libra and you didn't get a chance to check that out, check that out. But anyway, I digress. I knew I had to get up really early for me, okay? I normally am a night owl. I stay up really, really late, and then I sleep until like 11 o'clock, you know, sometimes noon, and that restores me, and then I'm up doing it again. I love the nighttime. I've been that way since I was a kid. But I really just, like last night, I just had so many ideas, so many things I needed to bring in, so many things I was working on. I'm in a big push with Broad Coven right now, and some other channels that I'm developing and things I'm bringing in. I got some things I want to do. I can't help it. I want to create. I'm in a super creative place in my life. This is another Vata quality, okay? Creativity is very inherent in Vata. Inspiration, it's drawn down through that musing energy, through the ethers, okay? So this is very common with Vata, but I digress. Let's go back before we went down that rabbit hole. Now you've gone on a Vata derangement loop. Now you understand what happens to the nervous system when it gets a little frizzle fried, when it gets a little taxed. And let me tell you, everybody is in this place. Everybody in the whole world is in this place because the world is in a Vata deranged state right now, all right? We need some grounding. We need some nourishing. The two qualities that really disrupt Vata are the two gunas, cold and dry. Well, we know that cold is very prevalent, okay? Because cold is not just this temperature quality, all right? It's also an emotional quality. It's related to emotions and feelings and sensations in the body like fear, anxiety, which is all locked up in the intestines, and we're going to be doing a lot of purification of those lower channels. As we do that, we're going to release old plaque from our system, and in a very real sense, we're going to let that shit go. So as you let that shit go, you're going to experience that not just physically, okay? You'll make friends with your toilet, all right? We're not there yet. We're just getting started this week, okay? You're going to make friends with your toilet. We talk about poo in Ayurveda. We talk about bodily functions. If you ever sit with an Ayurvedic practitioner, or if you've ever had a consultation with me, you know that we look at this. We look at, you know, what's going on with your bowel movements. It's important. It lets you know what's going on with your digestion, and digestion is the seat of health in Ayurveda, okay? So we look at these things. So you're going to be letting a lot of that go, but you have to understand that as we do this purification, which is what Panchakarma means, it means 5 actions of purification, okay? And those happen on every stratum of being, and we do it through the bodily systems, but it's also occurring mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in your life. Where you are at right now is going to be incredibly different than where you are going to find yourself 42 days from now. It's actually a 42-day Panchakarma. We always use the first 2 days to kind of get hunkered in, get a lay for the land, see what's going on. I am going to do a reading, okay, for all of us, just kind of like kick off what we need to be like looking at over these next few days until we drop in again live on Saturday. All right, Saturday it'll be around the same time. I do my best to get here, you know, at 11:11. That's the goal, but Ted has his own schedule and I have to put him as a priority. So sometimes I can run a few minutes behind. Also, I'm VATA, okay? And like I was saying, you know, I've had a lot of Ayurvedic physicians kind of debate that. Am I a Vata dominant or a Pitta dominant? When I was a kid, I was very Vata dominant, imaginative. I like to spend time alone. I was only interested in educational television programming. I had an imaginary friend. These are all qualities that are associated with Vata children. I was very creative. I like to just kind of like spend time in my own imaginary world. I was quiet. I was shy. You would never know that now, right? But see, this is the thing. I went through a really serious crisis that threw me way into my Vata, like way into the ether side of Vata, which is another Vata disorder, which was anorexia. When I was in my early 20s, it first really, I had struggled with it throughout my life at different points in my life. I began having issues with it when I was about 7 years old, okay? But I've only had a couple like really like intense like moments with it. One crisis when I was in my teenage years at around the age of 17, which was the first time that people kind of pulled together and, you know, they did an intervention with me, like, you need to eat, what's going on, right? The next time it was a lot more severe, and that was when I was 22, and it nearly cost me my life. And I've been doing repair work ever since. I've been in recovery ever since, okay? So I'm proud to say I overcame that, and it was a lot of hard work. It was a lot of physical work. It was a lot of repair work to my digestion, to my skeletal system, to my emotional well-being, my mental well-being. Everything was affected by it. My relationships, everything. It's been a really long, hard journey. I had to have support group through ANAD, and that's anorexia nervosa and associated disorders. They're a wonderful free support resource for everybody. So if there's anybody out there that's struggling with these issues, I encourage you to go to ANAD.org. I will put this in the comments, okay? I'll pin it in the comments. If you're struggling with food or body image issues, you can find a free support group in your area, and it is invaluable. It's a peer support group, at least the one I was in that was in Petaluma, that was led by Barbara Murphy, who is just an amazing eating disorder therapist. If you're in the area, I don't know if they're still doing that ANAD meeting, but Barbara Murphy is a therapist in the San Francisco Bay Area, and she is phenomenal. So if you are struggling with an issue, or if you know somebody who is that you love, and you're in the San Francisco Bay Area, she's a wonderful, wonderful resource. She really helped me so much. But the way that they had it set up with one I went to is they would have the meetings twice a month for the people who struggled with eating disorders. So they would have one of those meetings would be just for them, and then they would have another meeting that would occur later in the month where they would have a second portion where friends, family, those who support could come, because they need support too. And this is like a piece that's often not understood with eating disorder, that if you're the only one getting support and you struggle with eating disorder and your family or your loved ones are not also in some kind of therapeutic process with it, the support is incomplete. And that's because there's a lot of things that the people that are, you know, connected to you do not understand about how they need to relate to you, talk to you about food, things like this. And anybody who's been through a recovery process from eating disorder understands how damn activating People who mean well can be around them, and it actually really sets back the healing process. So I highly recommend this. And I will be bringing in a special live tomorrow on my Cobra's Medicine Bag YouTube that's specifically for people that are moving through this experience that are struggling with those issues, food, body image issues, or maybe you're not struggling right now, but you have a history of it. And so you know that it's important to always be mindful of this propensity to be kind of drawn down that track if things go out of balance, if your nervous system is taxed, okay? Big segue though. But I never forget my original point. And so we're going to bring it all back around, okay, to my initial point. And this is how we bring it in. This is how we slide it in, okay? So that being said, all right, there are conventional approaches to everything. And I know that flu season is something that is very much on people's minds. And I know that there's some people who took reinforcements to protect against what is really the flu, okay? And they have noticed that they've been having adverse reactions to that, okay? Much like I got sick the first time I took, like, 15, 16 years ago, a flu reinforcement, and I'd never done that before, and I was down for like five months, terribly ill. I went ahead and I relented because my doctors were such high pressure about it with me. I really regretted it. I went and I got another one the following season because they told me, well, it's just because my body was getting used to it. And I had the same thing happen again. And it was at that point that I said, never again. I'm sorry. I can't afford this. I got so sick. I lost so much work. Okay. So flash forward, to now in my body autonomy, I made the choice to forego all of it. Okay. And I know a lot of people that chose to go with it. And I'm totally in support of that. I'm in support of people making the choices, the health choices that are right for them. Because I'm an Ayurvedic practitioner and I believe in body autonomy. I believe we should each be able to make these decisions. That being said, I do know some people that have had these flu reinforcements, this modern flu reinforcement, and they are experiencing certain things like cognitive difficulties, memory loss, confusion, not remembering how to do things that they've done their whole lives. I have a very close loved one, and I'm going to maintain their privacy, but I have a very close loved one who can't even remember their grandchildren's names and who can't remember how to play their instrument. And so this is kind of like a big deal, okay? And it's not something that's just like random either. I know a lot of people that are experiencing this. I know a lot of people that are noticing this. They're calling it long. It's not long. It's a long shot. That's really what the issue is, okay? And in India, they're working on this, okay? The Ayurvedic doctors there are working on this, and they feel like they're very close to a natural solution to combat these long-term side effects, okay? They did recently do like a press release. It got shut down. You can't find it. Okay, you can't find it. There's a lot of suppression around this, which is why I'm being mindful of how I'm talking about it. So now that you have this bit of information, this is something I'm working on too. And I'm on to like some certain tracks with it. I like to do this kind of work. I like to go down the rabbit hole. I like to trace threads of connection. And I think I'm on to some stuff, but it's going to take me a while to develop it too. So it'll be interesting when things come forward in that end of the world to see how on track I am with their mode of thinking around it, okay? But I guarantee we got to look at VATA, because VATA is always the root of everything. And if there's lack of clarity in the consciousness, if the thoughts are scattered, if there's confusion, that's very VATA, because VATA is that air quality, ether air quality. You go too far into the ether element, if you lose your grounding cord, if you're not tending to your body, if you're not making sure that you're eating food, taking good care of yourself, right? Then you can end up, going off into the ether. What I like to say is like wandering off into the alfalfa. You might not be able to find your way back. This is when you feel really just like out to lunch, right? You have no sense of grounding. Sometimes people can get delusional when they're in this state. It's because they're not connected to their physical body, their physical reality. And so this is an issue. This is also when people can forget to eat. They don't have the ability to get quality sleep. This is because their nervous system is getting more and more activated. This can cause serious problems. This can cause nervous exhaustion. It can cause nervous breakdown. This can cause an anorexia crisis, okay? And often the two can go hand in hand. When we have the wind quality building up in excess, we got dry quality happening in the body, cold quality happening in the body. So anxiety issues, insomnia issues, having a difficulty being focused, scattered thoughts, a million different projects to do. They're kind of all about everywhere. You get a little bit done, then it's like, oh, squirrel, you get distracted, you go off on the next track. Just like I exemplified in this opening, just with my thought process. I mean, I'm always kind of able to bring it back to center, but that's because I have VATA in my constitution. So it's just part of how I naturally am. But a lot of people will have trouble with this energy, especially if they don't have air in their constitution. You still have that dosha. We have all three doshas in our bodies, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. It's just that usually your constitutional makeup favors two of those doshas. In rare instances, you'll have a single dosha type, and even more rare, you'll have a tri-doshic type. That's when everything's pretty even. Now, you can be tri-doshic imbalanced. That's very challenged to be out of balance in all your doshas. Normally, if you're a two-dosha type, which is the most common, you have one dosha that kind of like leads the way, that holds down the fort, keeps things very balanced. But, you know, if you're a tri-doshic type and they're all out of balance, it's really hard to get your balance right. But then there's the even more rare type, which is tri-doshic balance. And I've actually met two. I've met two in my life, and they are the most balanced, like even keel, got their ish together, completely unbothered, hydrated, and moisturized, as Mark Revelay would say. They're just in that zone, just like nothing phases these people. It's amazing, okay? I'm not like that. I'm too passionate. I'm too fiery. I got a lot of fire in my chart. And I do think there's correspondences astrologically, like between the natal chart and doshas. So it might be fun for you to kind of like look into that if you do know what your dosha type is, your Prakruti type is. We'll be going through that. We're not going to do that today, okay? We'll be doing that. I'll probably bring in a little bit more of that, like how to identify your dosha type, as well as putting some resources in with some, you know, different tests you can take that will help give you an idea, along with the markers that I'll bring in. Maybe that's what we'll do on Saturday. In fact, let me make a note of that. I think that'll be a good live for Saturday. We're going to do kind of like determining your type, because I think it can be very helpful information. I do that kind of work too. So I only do it when I'm doing PANCHAKARMA though. So I normally don't focus on it. My work is in other directions. But if you are going through this PANCHAKARMA experience and you're like, you know what, I'd really like a personal Ayurvedic consultation, you are free to reach out to me. And I can get you set up with something. I can get you on a personalized plan that will even take the course to the next level. If you're interested in doing that and also getting a determination, because I can do assessments, I can do them distance, you know, because I look at the face, I look at the mannerisms, I look at the tongue. I look at just, you know, that's how we do it. We do it all with assessments of, you know, physical markers and emotional markers, mental markers. You can reach out to me at my other email, and I will also pin that in the comments. Let me put this down. I don't want to forget any resources. So we got email for Cobra's Medicine Bag, okay? My email there is cobrasmedicinebag@gmail.com, okay? And I'd be happy to do an Ayurvedic consult with you. And just like my readings, it will be the most thorough Ayurvedic consult you ever had. And it'll be a totally different healthcare consult experience for you. You'll have really good quality space health for you. And I will be available to answer questions, but this is limited work. I only do it while I'm doing PANCHAKARMA. Otherwise, I don't do it. So Feel free to reach out to me if you'd like that, okay? But I'll also bring some stuff in for assessments on Saturdays live, okay? And I also want to make sure I get down that ANAD link for people, okay? Because I feel that's really important. If you're going to go through something like this, you don't want to get it skewed. What I'm going to be presenting to you all is true roots Ayurveda. It is not westernized Ayurveda, which thinks that yoga is about how good your booty looks in some Lululemon gear. Okay, it's also not about lists of yes and no foods. I mean, really, the Westerners have made Ayurveda into this really restrictive diet that actually adds a lot of confusion to the mix, when Ayurveda is really about intuitive eating with an emphasis on paying attention to how foods are interacting with your body, which is a central focus of our work this week with the VATA course. So I just want to kind of like go over this initial information with you about the course material this week. I also want to open up, the floor for your input, your questions, anything you need highlighted, all right? Need a little sip. I got like alma going on in my throat right now because I've already been starting the past few days. I do got my coffee in here. I never give up coffee. We all have our vices, all right? Don't think that you have to do this perfectly. This always comes up when I do Panchakarma here. Everybody reports to me, I'm behind, or I didn't get this done, or I'm not here to like be your taskmaster. I'm not here to tell you what your experience of Panchakarma should be. It's your experience. And this is a little bit different. I'm guiding you through this Panchakarma experience self-care style, okay? It's different. When you receive Panchakarma, if you go to an Ayurvedic treatment center, you'll have a team of practitioners that are working on you. You just receive. You don't have to worry about anything. But when you're guiding yourself through this experience with support, you have the support of an Ayurvedic practitioner and me and your community here at Broadcoven. But when you're going through this, on your own, it's different. You have to show up. You have to be accountable. You have to make your self-care a priority. And so this is a new skill to learn. And that's something that must be understood. And especially with everything that everybody's been through over the past few years, there's also a need to be aware that a lot of us are dealing with the holdover of trauma energy. The world's been in crisis. And so we do have to combat this a little bit. We have to shore up reinforcements in this regard. And so that's why I thought it would be great this round to combine the Vata roots with wings material with the grace and crisis. So what I'm going to be presenting to you is a merging together of the two, which is why the two courses are available. So if you went there and you're like, well, I'm not in crisis right now, and so you didn't, get yourself that free grace and crisis course too, I highly recommend you do. Some of the material will be overlapping because that's just the way it is. All of my courses go over intuitive eating. All my courses go over those basic principles. There are some pranayamas. There are some different meditative exercises, etc., that transfer from course to course because they're just invaluable and they help root things in. All right. I will put timestamps for the collective reading I'm going to do on this, just so later when you come down to drop in, Maybe a lot of you are in the ether right now. Maybe a lot of you really do need grounding. Okay. That was an interesting way for that to come in. When you come down out of your Vata derangement, if you decide to drop in on this video again and you just want to tune in for the read, revisit the read, you'll be able to do that. But I won't have that up until after this airs. And it is really important to watch the whole thing if you're going through Panchakarma. I'm going to try to keep these a little more contained. I'm not going to be going 4 hours on these at all. All right. So don't worry about that. It's my goal to try to keep it no more than 2 hours max. All right. I know that can be a lot, but you have to think of it as you're sitting and you're getting an Ayurvedic consultation. It's worthwhile. Okay. This is a really good way to use your time and energy. You can listen to this while you're driving to work, while you're getting ready for work, while you're doing your morning yoga, or while you're running your errands. You can also always revisit the replay, and if that's what you have to do because you can't make the live, that's okay too. If you have questions that come up for you, please leave them in the comments. I'll be happy to answer them for you. I'm very responsive on my channel. And I'm not one of those people, not one of those creators that like wants to close down comments. I want there to be community interaction. My goal is always just to hold a really firm boundary around a respectful space so I don't suffer trolls and I don't suffer the BS, and I cut it out real quick. And I have to say, so far, so good, you know, knock on wood. Every now and then we deal with a little mess, but we take care of the riffraff pretty quickly around here. And got a really good community of people here too. Those of you who bring your voice in, those of you who make the lives, like, you're excellent the way you show up for each other too. I see a lot of support among you. And that's kind of the vibe I really want to build and create here, and especially around this PANCHAKARMA. I mean, this is a way for us all to come together, learn some skills, support each other. And I'm the type of Ayurvedic practitioner that I'm not, you're like, I'm teaching you PANCHAKARMA. Admire me so. I'm not like that, okay? I'm in the muck with you. Like, I will be straight up with you. If I'm challenged by something, I'm going to let you know. I'm a human being. Perfection is not the goal. Consistency is what matters, okay? And there's always going to be times when you're challenged with the material or you're bumping up against something. And if you're bumping up against something, don't be hard on yourself. Don't beat up on yourself. And also don't come and report to me or send me a novella, you know, where you're talking about all the challenges you're bumping up against. If you are feeling very overwhelmed, you know, and you are bumping up against a lot of challenges, you need that kind of support. Book a personal with me, book an Ayurveda consultation. I will give you that support. But that is work, and it's a lot of space to hold. And it's the same thing if you're dealing with people who are supporting you in this process, your loved ones. Don't just assume that you can go and just dump on them, you know? If you ever need support, additional support beyond these lives or beyond what you can find in the comment section, and you have people that you feel like you can turn to, and you're like, don't assume, all right? It's so important that we practice good boundaries always. You know, this is something that people struggle greatly with. Boundaries and communication are the two biggest issues facing society today. If we can get these two things worked out, a lot of things will improve, and then we can start, you know, working with that momentum. But this is such a need in our society to have nonviolent communication and also respect around boundaries, right? And if you really start to look at this, in fact, I want you to kind of hold these two things in your consciousness as you move through this first week together around communication and boundaries. Notice your communication. Notice the quality of your boundaries. Do you communicate your boundaries? If somebody trespasses on your boundaries, do you call it out or do you suck it up and then feel resentful? These are all things to kind of look at. Yeah, I got a lot of blockage coming in around the throat. Communication blockages. Notice where your communication is blocked, because words are very much associated with Vata, all right? They are very much associated with Vata, okay? So you need to pay attention to this. Notice how the communication is being affected in your life. You're also going to be focusing on deepening your communication with your body. Oh my gosh, my body communicates to me? Really? I thought only the health gurus communicated what my body needs. I didn't know my body actually has something to say about it. Yeah, it does. And that's what we're going to focus on this week. I got like a bullet point list here, so we're going to go one by one down each thing, okay? But I want you to understand, and those of you who've already been through this with me, you know, okay? But those who haven't, I want them to know that I don't need to hear about it unless we're in a consult with each other, okay? An Ayurvedic consult. Then I can hear about it, all right? Or unless you're on the live and you're bringing something in, or in the comments, okay? Because what you need to understand is that for me requires me holding boundaries, me holding time, me holding space, and much like anybody else that you may reach out to for support, you need to ask them first if they are able to hold that space for you. Okay, so this is something to be very mindful of as you're moving through this experience. Don't vent on people. Don't dump on people. You don't know what that person may be carrying. And this is something that can also cause a lot of problems in interpersonal relationships, because then you can have one person that's feeling constantly dumped on. They feel like a garbage receptacle. And then the other person feels like they're not getting the support they need, or that the support they're given is begrudgingly. And there's a reason for that. Nobody's communicating and the boundaries aren't clear. Okay, so it's just a good way to practice that. If you're here on the live, you're always welcome to bring anything in, and completely uncensored here. Like, I welcome real and raw. That's what Panchakarma is all about. It's okay to bring your trauma into this space. I will hold it respectfully. Yes, it's an online format. Yes, that means that you're putting stuff out on Front Street. Yes, people will witness it. And yes, that could be the very thing that you need to actually heal that trauma, is to be witnessed in your empowerment of speaking it into existence and no longer living in shame. So do not undervalue this and the bravery it takes to bring something like that in, to be completely unguarded. I will be fierce mama bear around you if you bring anything like that in. We will not deal with any trolls. There will be a respectful space created for you. Likewise, on the comments, I always, if you catch the replay, you can bring that in and I will speak to you about it on the comments. Hi, Vicky. Wonderful to see you. I'm bringing everybody in as they drop in and comment, just to show like the community building around this. I think it's a great way to just sort of like bring everybody into the room, right? And yes, it's go time. All systems go. Okay, so we're all revved up and ready to go. This energy coming in, and you know, it's really about, we all cross that finish line 42 days from now together. All right, these first 2 days, I don't want you to really go like gung-ho with the material. All right, you can start to like explore it a little bit, but I want you to give yourself 2 days to really sort of just sink into the lesson. If you haven't read the first lesson in both courses, Grace and Crisis and the Roots with Wings VATA course, please do so. Just spend the first 2 days just reading them, rereading them, maybe taking some notes, just some initial impressions, some things that, you know, come up for you, as well as putting down this, you know, communication piece and the piece around boundaries, and just hold these things, okay, for the next couple of days. Just let it kind of do its magic, like do its magic on your consciousness, highlight some things for you. It will shift things for you. I also encourage you to get some kind of notebook, all right, where you can take notes, where you can journal if you want, where you can write down pertinent insights you get. It's wonderful to have this kind of travel with you as you go through this experience. I got one for myself. I got a composition book. I'll probably get a few of them. I might fill up a lot with writing right now. I don't know why this is coming in. I feel like this will be coming in for a lot of you, the writing piece, very strongly. We do have a HALT journal method that we'll be bringing in. That is not limited to just the HALT method though, okay? You can also incorporate in this HALT journal your creativity, your inspirations. This is a thing that we need to understand, that as VATA balances, the best qualities of VATA come forward, okay? Which is being very optimistic and having a very charming disposition and being social, you know, wanting to get out in the world, wanting to network, wanting to form connections with all of life, feeling more energized, you know, feeling like life's been breathed into you again, feeling inspired, feeling creative. VATA is the most creative dosha out of all the types. So there's a lot of beauty that comes forward too, and you absolutely can use your journal to explore that as well. It doesn't have to be one note. And when you get done with this experience, you can go, and this is why I like kind of journaling the experience. You can doodle in it too. There's no rules. Write songs in it, you know, write poems, whatever you want. You'll be amazed what comes forward for you. What you'll find though is when you're done with this experience, you can have this chronicle of like the transformational process, and you're going to look back at where you started and go, oh my gosh, I remember that's where I was at. And it's wonderful to have this physical representation of the journey. So I really encourage you to do that, right? You can also bring this journal with you to these lives when you do have a chance for the live, or when you catch the replay. And you can jot down pertinent points. You can also jot down pertinent points of the read, which we'll be getting into, all right? I feel like I'm at the place, though, where, you know, this piece I want to bring in. I'm not perfect. Little ASMR. To calm VATA. I love ASMR, by the way. I have a lot of trouble sleeping at night. I've always been an insomniac. So, and it's been like that since I was a little girl. And I love ASMR. It really, really helps me relax. So I want to give a shout out to my favorite ASMR artist. They do some Reiki too, but I'm not sure. I asked them and I never got any like feedback from them about if they're trained within the Usui tradition of Reiki or not. They call it Reiki, but a lot of people call Reiki, you know, a lot of people call lots of different types of energy work Reiki, and Reiki is a very specific type of energy work. Let's put it that way, okay? I've been trained within the Usui lineage, direct lineage, by Tomoko Hiroka, a Japanese woman born and raised in Japan. And it took me 5 years to go up to master level, what they call master level. All right. So if you're going through a course online, it required oral tradition as well, because you're never supposed to write down the symbols. You're never supposed to have the symbols in a book. It's considered extremely disrespectful. You certainly would not put the symbols online. And I can tell you from the symbols that I've seen put online, a lot of them are incorrect. They're in the incorrect direction. They got lines added to them that don't belong there. So it's some kind of hybrid, like, I'm just going to say it, white man's Reiki, which isn't really funny because it's very disrespectful, but it's appropriation, fully cultural appropriation. And I deal with that a lot on this channel. You may wonder why I'm always bringing that in. And it's because this has a lot to do with the communication piece and the boundary piece. It all ties in. And it's one of the things that makes it very difficult for people to feel respected, you know, in our world, or to have understanding, is we have to respect each other's roots, each other's traditions. This is foundational, you know, and there's ways that we really encroach on boundaries when we don't respect another culture's traditions, all right? So I bring this in a lot, which is why I'm bringing it in with the Reiki piece. But that being said, whatever kind of energy their work they're doing, whether it's true Usui Reiki or not, I have to say that I love their energy work. I think it's wonderful. It's fabulous. And maybe they'll let me know. I'd love to know what kind of energy work they're doing, and if it is indeed Usui Reiki. But silver hair is the best ASM artist, in my opinion. It's because when you drop in with silver hair, you feel like you're really like in a personal session. He talks to you as if he were sitting there as your friend. He's been there for me at times when I felt really low and alone, and I just felt like somebody cared. And he does care. He puts a lot of time and intention into what he puts forward there. The lighting is really cool. The whole vibe, the whole mood. He's really cool. He runs a really cool energy. He's not a phony. He's very real. He's very honest. It's not overproduced, you know, and I appreciate that. It feels more personable. So I highly encourage him, and I'm going to put his link also in the resources, because he can be a big help. You know, don't underestimate the value. Let's see, where did I just put that? Don't underestimate the value of resources like ASMR, you know, to also support you, or meditative videos, or Hertz frequency music, okay? The only thing I would steer clear from is hypnosis and subliminals in an online format, because first of all, subliminals, you don't want anybody programming your mind, especially with out of balance as the world is, you know. I think we got enough unlearning, deprogramming, defragging to do. We don't really need other people downloading programs into our consciousness. And certainly when they're a complete stranger and we're trusting them to put something positive in there, right? So I'm very like on the subliminals. Hypnosis is super like sketchy area too, I have to say. Hypnotherapy has its merit within a psychiatric capacity within a psychotherapy framework, okay? In regression work, when you're looking at bringing repressed memories to the surface, right? That being said, it requires a real high level of integrity being held around it. And absolutely, as a patient who's working with a hypnotherapist, a real fierce amount of scrutiny before you settle on a hypnotherapist. So to just drop in on YouTube and, you know, get hypnotherapy from somebody that is a complete stranger that you don't know anything about their credentials, you've never worked with them on a one-on-one level, they don't know your history, they don't know the trauma you're dealing with. It's highly irresponsible and unethical, I have to say. And so I'm not in support of that either. But ASMR is wonderful, okay? And the energy work that's out there in general is really good, even if it's not Reiki, you know. I've found a few people that what they're bringing forward is really cool, and I like it. And I don't know if it's Reiki exactly, but it's still beneficial, you know. And I don't think that there's not a snobbery around it. This is not a gatekeeping thing in terms of Reiki, okay? It's just putting it in its appropriate position, okay? To have energy work that you're doing that you learned over a 3-day weekend and you're now calling yourself a Reiki master is not Reiki, not within the traditional Usui tradition, and that is cultural appropriation to call it as such. All right? I'm calling it out. That is not in any way, shape, or form made as a statement to disrespect, disregard, degrade any other energy system of healing. There's lots of different types of energy work. There's lots of ways to work with energy that can be very empowering. They're not wrong. They're just different. Tai Chi is another way of working with energy. Tai Chi, by the way, is fantastic for balancing Vata, okay, as is Qigong, okay? So these are different methods, different ways of working with energy. And in no way am I saying that the energy work that other people are doing on YouTube that is not within Usui tradition, that is not true Reiki, is not of value. It's just not Reiki, okay? If you learned it in a weekend, if you learned it out of a book, if you learned it online, if you did not learn an oral tradition, which means you were verbally told, and then you had to have a notebook where you had to write down everything, and you were told, don't ever show these symbols to anybody. Don't ever put these symbols in print. Don't ever speak of these symbols and explain to people how these symbols work, okay? If you were not receiving the information in that safeguarded way, it is not Reiki. It's some hybrid, westernized, appropriated form of energy work. And it may be very powerful. It may be very potent and very effective, but it's not Reiki. And this really needs to be understood. So I might be like a little frustrating to some of the people that are Reiki practitioners out there or calling themselves Reiki practitioners, because I do enjoy receiving from them, but I just want to make sure that it's Reiki, because these issues of cultural appropriation are important to me, and I am the bee in the bonnet. I talk about stuff, you know, at Broad Coven that's not popular to talk about. We talk about difficult things here. Sometimes I have people on the broadcast that bring in diverging views. There are things that these people say that piss people off. And I hold space for it, and I speak to it, and I can be the balancing grounding point in that. But this is something that we really need to get used to in our society if we're ever supposed to get beyond this polarization, and we're supposed to get to this point where we can truly work in harmony with each other, and we can get over our BS and maybe save this world in the process, because it's going down the toilet right now if we continue on the current track. And that's that we need to learn how to sit across, even from somebody that we would normally view as the opposition or the enemy, and understand that this individual too is also part of that one energy. It's all interconnected. There is no separation. There is only one energy. And are there certain facets, certain aspects, certain reality tunnels of that one energy that have become distorted through programming, through the matrix, through the algorithm? Absolutely. Can we reprogram it? Yeah, we can. We learned that. We've done that here. We've been doing it at Broad Coven. That's part of what the whole quest for the 4 jewels of the Tuatha De Danann is about. And we have this kicking off today simultaneously. Some are beginning their quest for the Cauldron of Dagda. And I will be calling in the ritual space, the ritual play space this evening, okay, for those of you that are questing. And I will be bringing in a live for those doing the questing tomorrow, Thursday, okay, here. And we'll have a chance to all drop in with each other and get our own read. I'm doing both. And if you are one of those individuals who just likes to do it all, I'm telling you, this is going to be a really juicy, potent experience, because the journey of the quest for the Cauldron of Dagda is all about bringing in that nurturing quality. It's all about having your coffers filled. It's all about healing and coming into love and coming into sweetness. And these are all things that are balancing for Vata. So I love the synergy of this. All three of these aspects like coming in together at once, the grace and crisis with the roots with wings, with the quest for the Cauldron of Dagda. I think this is really like, it's my new, like, kind of what I coined as psychonaut Panchakarma. And when I talk about psychonaut Panchakarma, a lot of people think of these exploratory journeys into the outer reaches of the consciousness as only being able to be achieved by actually imbibing psychotropic plants. I mean, you can definitely do that, and some people have gone into microdosing, particularly around, you know, mushrooms. And there's a lot of states that are currently changing their own legislation around this. There's a lot coming forward about benefits to this, how this can benefit the psyche. But I want people to kind of like look at things in a new way. And the reality is that if you're a metaphysician, if you're an alchemist, you don't actually need to imbibe anything. You can actually work with the spirit ally of the plant, and you can grok its medicine. And so I do a lot of this when I'm calling in the ritual space. I bring in the different plant medicines, and one is coming forward very strongly for those who are going to be journeying for the Cauldron of Dagda. So if you're kind of overlapping, and some of you may be tuning in for this and you're not doing Panchakarma, that's cool too. You still can benefit from these Panchakarma lives, all right? It all interrelates. It's all interconnected. But one that's been coming through very strongly as an ally, I got two that came in, and it's very interesting because one is, it's a poison. I mean, it's a very interesting thing, okay? It's a very interesting thing when we're looking at psychotropics, because we are kind of looking at that energy of snake medicine in essence, that's a bit about imbibing just a bit of the poison, not enough to do like damage, but just enough to arrive at the cure, okay? And that's also part of what's been coming in for me with this, you know, homeopathic I'm working on to deal with the long-term effects of those who got repeated reinforcements, you know, against the CVIT, okay? I've had a particular plant ally come in around that. I got to figure out how I'm going to work with that. I'm thinking of some things. I might make like an essence as opposed to actually putting it in for this part, but buttercups has been coming in very, very strongly to help deal with the cognitive side effects of that. And so I'm going to be looking at that. I don't know. I'd be curious if that's what's going on in India, if they've tapped into that a little bit, or if they're working it a bit with this like hair of the dog kind of medicine like I'm looking at in this situation. But mine might be a little bit more of a metaphysical, holistic tincture, you know, that I'm going to work on. I'm going to be bringing in different elements, but so that's come in for those journeying in the Cauldron of Dagda, okay, on that quest. Buttercups. I also got Datura came in, which is very interesting. And Datura is one of those things that I've always been very like, ooh, Datura. Ooh, you're so sexy, Datura. You know, it's kind of like, it's got that kind of like, you know, come hither energy. So I'm really curious about Datura, but Datura is poisonous. Datura is poisonous, okay? So that's coming in too, okay? But you can use it to journey within a certain amount, all right? So a little bit will do you. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, and maybe that's why the Good Ship Lollipop is kind of our theme song for those on the quest for the cauldron of Dagda. It applies in Ayurveda too. Sweet pacifies Vata. Okay, so there's all these crossovers here, and I love the way the information is all interconnecting. But the third that came through very strongly is San Pedro, which is a cactus. San Pedro is very soft, it's very silky, it's very divine feminine energy signature. It helps you kind of like, blah, you know, just go into that like soul soup and just kind of marinate. Okay, so I call in the ritual space for those requesting only, and you have to be a subscribed member of this channel to even be called into that space that, you know, I'm calling up. So don't worry if you're not questing for the cauldron of Dagda, you don't need to worry about that. I'm setting the space where it's only for those people that are actively calling, you know, calling that energy to them because they want a quest for the cauldron of Dagda. They want that jewel. They want that third jewel of the Tuatha De Danann because they're waiting for that fourth jewel, the Liabil, which will be our next journey. That's all about the stone of destiny. Okay, so I'm in it to win it. I'm going for it. But when I create that ritual space, and this has application. Okay, so if there's any type of plant medicine that you're curious about, or anything that you read in the VATA course or the Grace and Crisis course that I bring in, and you're curious about exploring it, but you're not sure if you should, first of all, I ask you to refer to your physician, your healthcare provider, especially if you're dealing with a health condition. If you're on medication, make sure there's no contraindications. You're not working with me personally one-on-one on an individual basis unless you get a consult with me. But these are just suggestions, okay? I'm highlighting information for you. It's your job to follow it up with your healthcare provider. I would also say if it is something that, you know, is okayed by your healthcare provider and you're still in this place where you're like, do I really want to work with this herb, or do I want to work with this particular approach? I encourage you to just kind of call the spirit of that herb or the spirit of that spice in and invite it to kind of play in your life, and you will watch and you will see the energy introduce itself, and then you'll know if you're in resonance. So this is what I do when I create that space. It's the same thing, okay? I call in San Pedro. I call in the spirit of San Pedro into the ritual space for the cauldron of Dagda, or any of the 4 jewel quests that we have been doing here at Broad Coven. And you really do grok the medicine. You do grok the medicine, and people do feel it. They're like, whoa, life has gotten kind of surreal, man, you know, but in the best way. And it's a good experience, and it's very transformational journey. All right. Okay. I think I got everything kind of like covered with that. I want to just go down really briefly here with the bullet points, because I do want to get on our read and just kind of set the tone. And also open up the floor. You're welcome to, you know, bring in any questions you have at any point. First, we're looking at the lessons. The first lesson for both courses, we're looking at the Roots with Wing course, and we're also looking at the Grace and Crisis Initiation course. We're working with these merged together in tandem as we move through this Panchakarma. So you'll notice at the end of each lesson for both courses, there is a focus, okay? And that's kind of like your bullet points. This will help you kind of condense things, you know? If you need reminding, what am I supposed to focus on this week, and you didn't get a journal and you didn't write it down, you're feeling a little Vata scattered, you can always go back and just look at the focus, and it'll be like your bullet points, like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do, okay? And I encourage you, if you want to go along with this, and you got your hands on the course, but you're not subscribed to Broad Coven, I really encourage you to subscribe, because it's what's going to keep you updated, give you notifications about the lives we're doing, and any further information that's coming in here. Plus, it's just a beautiful way to keep that reciprocal flow of energy going on. You know, it's always nice to have the reciprocation of the give and take, okay? So for the focus for the Vata course, for the Roots with Wings course, we have first the mind-body connection, and this in particular relates to our food experiences, all right? You're going to start looking at your eating time as having an experience, all right? What is that experience of the meal you're having? And when we're looking at this, we're looking at it from a multi-sensory level. So first thing you're going to do before you even start is you are going to drop in and you're going to make contact with your body. And this is as simple as, I like to put one hand on my heart and one hand right on top of my navel. You can do both hands on your belly, all right? But do have at least one hand on your belly. It's important. That's your gut instinct, all right? It's also the place you need to drop into to really get in touch with your personal energy center, all right? And it's a good place to begin communication, since digestion is the foundation of health in Ayurveda, all right? So let's say you think about food, all right? The minute you think about food, don't automatically assume that you're hungry, all right? There's a lot of different reasons why that could be coming in, and especially if you have any kind of emotional eating tendencies, if you have any kind of disordered eating tendencies, if you're going through a really stressful time in your life, maybe you've been noshing a bit to sort of combat that stress. It's a good time to kind of like just really understand, why are you thinking about food? Are you actually physically hungry, or is this coming more from another need that you're trying to fill, sublimate by eating instead? Okay, so it's a good check-in point, and it's something to get used to. At least work with it this week, experiment with it, even if you don't go forward with it. This can be a healthy touch point just to see how connected you are to your body's communication. So you think about food, all right? The first thing to do, you can use it when you feel activated too, okay? So if you feel activated, or what some people call triggered, I don't like using the word triggered. Triggered has a really like negative connotation around it. It's also very disempowering. I like to call it instigating, an instigator, okay? An instigator lets you know that usually when you feel activated, it's because something outside of yourself, it's not you, it's something outside of yourself. It's like, poking at you. It's an instigation. And I think this puts it within its proper framework, okay? So if you're dealing with somebody or a certain situation that's continually instigating, you might want to look at drawing down boundary lines around that. You might want to look at having healthy communication around that. But the HALT method can be very beneficial in this regard too, okay? So you can use it when you're feeling activated, or you can use it when you're thinking about food. It helps you make contact with your body. That's why we put the hands on the body to like, oh, wait, I got to come down from the ether. I got to come down out of, the fog, the confusion of this excess buildup of air energy. I need to bring it back down into my body. I need to bring it back down into kapha, okay? Earth, ground the energy out with earth and water. That's what we do. That's what we have to do. When we go to Vata, when we're Vata deranged, we need to get grounded. We need to get back into our bodies. We can't let ourselves go up into these spaces. As I said, a bird just flew by and flew up. We can't go too out there, okay? You're going to lose your grounding cord, and then you're going to really start to suffer on a lot of levels. It can make a lot of problems in your day-to-day life. It can make a lot of problems take root in your relationships. It can cause you to be very scattered. It can cause you to be ineffective. It can cause you to get really sick, okay? And it can cause your nervous system to just completely tank on you. And let me tell you, if your nervous system tanks, you're done. You're donezo, all right? It's so foundational to your health. So this is very, very important. Very, very important, all right, to come back to the body. So when you're feeling instigated, okay, or when you're feeling hungry, like you think you're hungry, just take a minute. It only takes a second. You can do it no matter where you are. Nobody has to know what you're doing. You can put discreetly both hands on your belly, all right? Nobody has to see. Or you can do, like I like to do, one on my heart and one on my belly. And just close your eyes for a second. And just take like 3 deep breaths all the way down into your belly. That's usually all it takes. Go ahead and do it with me now. Let your belly really rise and expand, you know, starting with the lower belly, bringing it up to the rib cage. Let those ribs spread out to the side. And release. And then one final breath. This is the 3-part yogic breath, which is part of the Durga Pranayama, which is something that comes up in the Grace and Crisis course this week. You do on the 3rd round, you take a deep breath in and you bring it all the way down to the lower belly fills. Bring it up to your solar plexus. Let those ribs spread out towards the sides. And then bring it up here, up into the upper chest. And you'll notice this like gentle spreading open of the collarbone and let it out. And just sit here and just ask your body, am I hungry? Because that's the first question, all right? HALT is an acronym. So the first question is, am I hungry? All right? If yes, you're hungry and you feel the sensations, what does hunger feel like? It feels like a little emptiness in the belly. Maybe you notice there's, you know, the digestive juices are churning, your mouth is watering. Amylase, which is produced by the saliva, is what kicks off the digestion process. So you may be getting a little talking, a little rumbling in the tummy. Yes, I'm definitely hungry, okay? Then you would follow it up with the next question. All right, what do you need, body? What are you needing? What kind of food are you needing? And then just trust what your body says, all right? Now, this is always a big leap for some people, especially if they have eating disorder issues, especially if they've been following some really regimented plan. They might hear something that they're like, I can't eat that, all right? I'm asking you, especially this first week, just trust whatever your body says. Treats have a place in any healthy, balanced diet, okay? A diet is just your natural way of eating, right? And there's room for all foods on the table. Ayurvedic approach to eating is all about having a balanced approach to food. It's about listening to your body and trusting the way it communicates to you and allowing this to set the pace with your meals, allowing this to influence your food choices, and really taking into account the communication of the body in every aspect, knowing when you're hungry, knowing when you're full, comfortably full, and have had enough, right? That's another piece. You can do this HALT method not just before you eat, but also after, all right? Just to see, where's my body at? You know, do I need to eat a little more? Am I still hungry? You know, did I eat a little too much? Am I too full? Okay, this is not about being hard on yourself. It's just taking note, being curious, being like a scientist, collecting data. I like to use a phrase to kind of neutralize everything. I like to say, isn't that interesting? I noticed that I ate a little bit more than I needed. I wonder why I did that. Well, it did taste really good. And I wonder if that relates to something else. You know, maybe I've been thinking about tightening up, you know, when I'm eating a little bit. So maybe there's like a fear of restriction coming in there. That's why I ate a little bit more than I needed. Okay. You don't know what it's going to show you. All right. It's going to highlight something to you. So just play with it. All right. But let's say you realize, okay, I'm not hungry. It has nothing to do with that. You go to the next letter, A. Am I angry? All right. Am I angry? Am I annoyed? Am I agitated? Okay. You'll probably find as you go on, and I found this especially with people that I do work with around eating disorder, that they'll expand on the acronyms. They're like, well, H can be not just hungry, it can be horny too, okay, broad? And if that's the case, deal with matters appropriately, whether you have a partner or not, all right? Maybe that's why Datura came in. That'll bring you in your body. And let me tell you something, if you're feeling like you're not grounded, that'll bring you in your body. I might say my body. Maybe I'm in need of a little bit more of that action. I did put out a short. It's kind of like a little teaser about this fairy tantra that I'm going to be bringing in later this year. But it's a short, and it gives a little clues about some different ways that you can start to build ojas in your body. Also ways that you can engage in some self-pleasure, or if you have a partner you want to engage with, a partner, but really that particular video is meant for the self. It's about Ace Cups energy. It's about really tending to yourself as a sensual being. All right. So I encourage you to check out that short, that fairy tradition tantra short that I brought in, and I think you'll appreciate it. Okay. But this is like working with that energy a bit if that comes up for you. And it's okay to make your own, you know, acronyms. This is a personal experience. As you start to work with these things, you're going to have your own insights, your own perceptions come forward, and they're absolutely valid. Okay. That is communication from your body. All right. So listen to it, respect it. So if you're angry, then you know, all right, I got some options. Food is not going to fix it. All right. So eating something is not going to fix it. And if that's the case, you're probably going to notice what you were craving beforehand was something crunchy. You know, maybe you wanted chips or crackers, you know. That helps people work out a lot of like anger, anxiety can come up with A too. Okay, that's another one. So do you see how it can expand? Okay, anxiety is very common with VATA imbalance. Okay, so if you're dealing with a lot of VATA imbalance, you may be drawn to dry, crunchy snacks. Hello, I'm going to bring you in, Broad. Good to see you. Okay. Everybody comments, I'm bringing them in just to sort of like bring everybody into circle in a physical way. I really like this energy. And of course, everybody who comments on the replay, you're doing the same thing. You're bringing your energy in, and I'll greet you. I'll say hi to all of you. If you find that you've been really drawn to a lot of like dry, crunchy snacks, chances are that you already are in VATA imbalance, and you're probably dealing with a fair amount of anxiety, even if you're not really viscerally connected to it. Okay, you might be a little like disconnected from it. You might be more up in the ether end of anxiety, where you started to lose kind of contact with your physical body. That crunch is a way that people like can kind of like bring themselves back down out of anxiety. It's like helps kind of like work out that tension too in the system. But the thing about dry, and when we're looking at things like rice cakes, popcorn, I know y'all, okay, chips, crackers, things like this, they are dry quality, and so they are going to create more VATA in your system, which is going to tax your nervous system more, which is going to make you go more into the ether energy, which is going to increase your anxiety. You need the opposite. You need to combat dry with wet. And the other quality that disrupts VATA is cold. Okay, so you need to disrupt cold with warm. This is what we do. This is what we do in Ayurveda. We address the gunas with the opposite. If something's too dry, we know we need oil, we need hydration, okay? We need lubrication. Some of you are really in the zone, man. I'm feeling it. Some of you are really... There must be some questers for the cauldron of Dagda in here for this energy to be coming in on this side. Huzzah! Okay, but we need this energy to come in to counterbalance the dry quality. All right. If you're dealing with cold issues, this can be like going cold emotionally. You feel really cut off. You know. You're blocking people left and right. You're not open to communication. You're, you know, kind of in this Four of Cups kind of energy. I'm not accessible to anyone. You know, you might really be coming off cold to people. You can also feel numb, okay? Emotionally numb, just unable to really access your emotions. That's another sign of going cold. Physically, cold can look like nerve-related issues. It can look like numbness, tingling in the extremities, in the hands and the feet, phantom limbs, you know, arms, legs, you know, not being able to feel them. Having poor circulation issues can be cold. Okay, all of these things factor in. It's mind, body, spirit. You'll learn more about this as time goes on. All right, so if you're cold, you need to warm things up. This is why we don't put ice in our drinks in Ayurveda. This is why they tend to recommend more room temperature. I can't always do that, especially with water. I don't know. I got this weird thing with water. it's either got to be hot, okay, or it's got to be really, really cold. That's just, but that's a little bit like me. I'm kind of a person of extremes. It's just my natural tendencies, okay, which is weird. I don't know why I'm so opposite like that, but I am. I'm very opposite like that, and I've always been like that. Kind of just a person of extremes. There's no middle zone with me, and that's my pitta. That's a pitta challenge. Pittas have a hard time with like moderation. You know, they're either all in or all out. That's where it's from. All right. Okay. Calm my pitta to the mat. All right. So if you're angry or you got anxiety, you know, you want to deal with that situation appropriately. Eating won't fix it. It's not going to make it go away. If you're having anxiety, well, one of the best things you can do if you're having anxiety is give yourself an abhyanga. Maybe you can start associating with abhyanga, which is self-massage with warm oil, head to toe, okay? And you don't leave the oil on overnight. You can leave it on for up to an hour. So I'm going to tell you right now something you could do if you're like, oh my gosh, I got a lot of anxiety. This anxiety is making me want to reach for these quick, convenient snack foods all the time. I'm like chewing, gnawing all day. I'm gnawing all the pens. I'm gnawing all the pencils, or I have an oral fixation. I'm smoking cigarettes. I went back to smoking because I have this oral fixation because I got anxiety, okay? Which I learned, if you're somebody who's dealing with smoking, or you picked up smoking again, or vaping, which is the same thing, it's just as bad. You can tell yourself vaping's not harmful to your health. BS. It does a lot of lung damage. It's not good for you, okay? It's not. And it's also not effectively dealing with whatever is getting to you that's causing you to reach for that. And this is something we really need to look at with any kind of addictive tendency, okay? The thing with vaping, the thing with smoking cigarettes, the thing that it does, okay, that a lot of people don't understand, the smoke screen that it puts up is it breaks your day up into manageable portions because you feel overwhelmed. And I know this because I used to be a smoker. I had a really bad smoking habit. In fact, back in the day, I haven't smoked a cigarette since I was 23 years old. I am 50, about to turn 51 now. So you do the math. I've been a non-smoker for a long time. I like my herb, okay? It has medicinal value for me. It's what keeps me from popping off. It's what keeps me from popping off. It also helps me sleep, okay? It relaxes me and it helps me with migraines, okay? So I find a lot of benefit from it. That being said, I don't overdo it. I don't abuse it. And I can go months without it. And I've done that. I did, you know, it just depends on if I'm in need of it or not. All right. But all things in balance, you know, just like coffee, you know, you can have your vices. It's about balance. But when we're looking at smoking, okay, cigarettes in particular, first of all, within different indigenous cultures, indigenous tribes, tobacco can play a very important role in different ceremonies, different rituals, giving back to the ancestors. There's a way that you can partake of that in a balanced way. And when you're doing that, you're not getting one of these, you know, fiberglass, you know, filters, freaking chemicals. It's like a different quality of tobacco that you're using, and you're not smoking one after the other. You know, you're doing something that's part of a ritual, part of a ceremony, and it's a whole different application. Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you're going down to the store and you're getting your Camels or you're getting your Marlboros. You know, you're spending close to what is it now? I don't even know anymore. Like $10 a pack, you know, or you're getting vape cartridges. You're going broke. You know, they're heavily taxing this, and it's just destroying your health. It's destroying your health. And you may wonder why you feel so compelled, like you can't stop. You got to keep getting more and more and more. Well, part of that is because you're hooked. It's all the chemicals and all the crap that's in it that's keeping you hooked. But it's also because you're not dealing with the smoking is the symptom. Okay? It's not the root issue. The root issue is that you feel overwhelmed. You feel overwhelmed. You can't cope with your reality. And so in order for you to cope with your reality, you have taken it as a way to divide your day up into manageable portions so you can deal with, like, okay, one moment at a time. Now this moment. Okay, now this moment. And think about it. I know this from when I was a smoker. First thing in the morning when I get up, I got out my cigarette. I got out my cigarette with my coffee before I can even start my day, before I can even deal with anything, because I already know the kind of day I'm going to have ahead of me, and I don't want to deal with it. Okay. Then, all right, getting ready. All right, I'm all ready for work. Okay, but before I leave to go to work, I need another cigarette just to like brace myself for this, because I'm going to this job that I hate. I can't stand it. And I need to get my brain wrapped around this proposition. Okay, so then you go, you get to work. Oh, but before I can go into work, I need another cigarette, you know, just so I know my boss is going to be on his shit again, and I got to deal with this motherfucker, and I don't want to deal with this, so I got to brace myself. I got to get ready. And then you need to have a cigarette on every break, and then you need to have a cigarette after every meal, and then you have a cigarette before you talk to that person. Sometimes you have a cigarette while you're on the phone with that person. It's a way for you to cope with things by breaking up your day into manageable portions instead of really getting to the root issue, which is there is dysfunction present in my life, and it is screaming out at me, and it's causing this feeling of overwhelming me, because I'm meant to address it. I love this, like bringing in these other pieces with a whole acronym. Okay, I'm meant to address it, and it's going to continue to annoy me until I address it, because that's why these feelings rise up in our bodies, and especially the feelings that we feel are agitating. Okay, another A. They are coming in to say, hey, pay attention. There's a problem here. The homeostasis is off. You need to do something about this. Oh, God, there she goes. She's getting the Cheez-Its again. Oh, my God, here we go. Here's another VATA deranged vendor. You know, we have to pay attention to these things. Attention. We have to pay attention to these things, all right? It's key, right? A great way to work out anxiety, a great way to work out anger, a great way to work out agitation is to physically get it moving, okay? A lot of these qualities can be due to pent up fire, reined in pitta energy that causes frustration. And we have to look at when we're just coming into the fall season, Vata season, we're coming out of summer, okay? And also the opening to fall, which can often be really some of the hottest weather of the year, right? You know, depending on where you're at. So we do have to be mindful that there could be a pitta accumulation. You could have some inflammatory issues going on in your body. It does go hand in hand with excess Vata, and the reason being is that Vata leads all the other doshas. So if you get too much Vata built up in your system, yeah, first it makes you go out into the ether, it makes you, you know, lose your grounding, you get scattered, you're having sleep issues, you know, you might be constipated, you're forgetting to eat, you're missing your appointments, everything's all over the place, you got anxiety, okay? But as that energy continues to build, it still has to go into the other doshas. So what happens is Vata starts to push into Pitta. Okay, it starts to push into Pitta. Now, normally when Vata functions the way it is supposed to function, right? Vata goes into Pitta in such a way where it feeds the fire, all right, in a healthy way, in a way that supports movement, in a way that supports moving into action, in a way that supports the digestion, okay? But if you get too much air coming in, first what happens is a flare-up, right? The fire gets too big. That we see this when we look at conditions like summer fires, right? What happens? The fields get really dry, and then all it takes is a spark, right? A spark of fire in that dry field, and you got, you know, a raging fire on your hands, right? Those of us who have lived in the Northern California area are very well aware of this. Those of you who are in Maui, lots of love, support to you. I mean, I grew up in Sonoma County. All of us from Sonoma County send our love and support to all of you. That's a lot to sort through. Nobody really understands the way a fire can impact your life until you've had one rip through your world. Let me tell you, it will teach you the impermanence of things. It is a real fierce teacher, okay? So While we've seen this happen ecologically, it also happens within our inner ecology, all right? We have to be mindful of this, because if we get too much vata, it starts pushing into pitta. This creates a pro-inflammatory state, and inflammation is the root of all disease in the body. Every single disease, the root is inflammation. Diabetes, inflammation. Cancer, inflammation. Heart disease, inflammation. Anything, it's related to inflammation. So this is very important. We have to make sure the vata is stabilized so we don't run into this. We also need to make sure that when we are having emotions like anger, agitation, you know, these need a channel so they don't become pressurized, because that's what leads to a pro-inflammatory internal ecology. This is why they will tell you, the American Heart Association will tell you, that the greatest precursor for heart disease is a high stress lifestyle, because it creates that pressurized fire. All right, so this is pivotal. So one of the best ways to move that excess pent up energy, exercise, move your body. You'll feel infinitely better. Okay. Now, you might not feel up to getting a really hardcore workout in, and you don't need to. It's not necessary. You can just go for a nice stroll outside. You know, it's calming, it's cooling for the emotions, it gets the body moving, it gets the lymph moving, it gives you a little breathing room, you know, gets you out of the four walls, gets you kind of like out into the open air, you know, and you can kind of like just take some deep breaths. You can take whatever you're grappling with on a walk. Take it on a walk, meditate on it on a walk. You'll be surprised the way nature talks to you, or the people that greet you on your walk, what comes in as a result of that. It can be very helpful, and you'll feel a lot better. You'll move the energy, okay? Another thing you can do if you're angry is, you know, you can write out everything you're feeling, you know, express all the ugliest emotions, that stuff you don't want anybody to see, and then do a burn, you know, burn it. Release it. It can be really gratifying. Or if you think, I might want to actually send this letter to this person someday, you can, you know, go ahead, fold that letter up, put it in an envelope, seal it, you know, put a freaking stamp on it, put the address on it, and have it ready to go, and just leave it. I encourage you, if you're feeling like that, leave it. Leave it on, maybe even create a little altar for your PANCHAKARMA. This is pretty common for us when we're starting out, and I certainly encourage that for those who are doing the quest for the Cauldron of Dagda as well, okay? Set up an altar that's going to kind of serve as your focal point as you're moving through this. Put symbols on it that relate to why you're doing this, why you're wanting this transformation and growth in your life. That's something you can put on your altar, you know? You can decide at the end of this experience if you want to send it or not. You may decide to burn it. You may decide to open it and reread it, and you might go, oh my God. I can't believe I saw things like that back then. Okay, so it has value. All right. If you're like, no, A is good, A is all right. I got to go the L. Am I lonely? All right. Let's add some other L's into this. Am I feeling lazy? Am I feeling lethargic? Am I feeling loathing? You know, make up your own, okay? Again, you want to deal with it in an effective way. Eating is not going to fix it. It's not going to address the root issue. And that's why you'll continually find yourself, if you're somebody that struggles with emotional eating, going back to the food again and again and again and again, and eating when you're not hungry. This is particularly front and center for people who are emotional eaters or people who have binge eating disorder. They don't understand, why am I never satisfied? I just eat and eat and eat. It's because it's not about whether you're satisfied physically or not. It has nothing to do with it at all. It has to do with the fact that you keep sweeping under the rug what you need to actually be bringing up to the surface of your consciousness and looking at and addressing. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. 99.9% of healing is showing up and being with discomfort. I'm going to say that again. 99.9% of healing and transformation is about learning how to show up and be present with discomfort. You cannot heal if you're not willing to face your pain. You cannot heal if you're not willing to learn how to be conscious, aware, present, and hold space for the pain, the discomfort, the trauma, all of it. And to be in a space with it where you're not just present with it, but you're also in this wide open receptive space of, yes, teacher. Yes, teacher. Yes, wise one. I'm listening. Because what we resist persists. Until you learn how to sit and be with the discomfort, to be with the trauma, you cannot get free of it. You cannot bypass it. It does not matter what you do. It does not matter how many drinks you knock back. It does not matter how many drugs you turn to. It does not matter how much you hit up Amazon and load up your cart and do your shop therapy. It doesn't matter how much meaningless sex you have. It doesn't matter how many designer clothes you wear or what kind of fancy car you drive. It doesn't matter how many cigarettes you smoke or how many, Wingstop buckets of hot wings you throw down your gullet. It doesn't matter. It's still going to be there because you're not dealing with the root. You're not dealing with the root. You're dealing with the symptom. You're dealing with the symptom. You're dealing with this discomfort. You're wanting the discomfort to go away. And so you falsely turn to this artificial source of comfort. We call it false contentment in Ayurveda. It's false. It will make you feel further discontent. It's like, it's like one of those Chinese finger traps. Have you ever put your finger in one of those? It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to go in. Oh, just once. I'm just going to. Oh, this is interesting. There's so much coming in around sexuality. I don't know what that's about. But I think a lot of people are working through these issues right now. But it's like, oh, just once. Maybe just the tip. And then soon you're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, damn, foiled again. And here's the thing. Until you deal with that, you're going to stay stuck there. You're going to stay stuck there. And for those of you that are dealing with this, like energetic attachment, okay, we have to look at this piece too with VATA as well. And also when we're looking at dealing with crisis, dealing with trauma, we can become very attached to our trauma. We can become very corded into our trauma. Our trauma can be corded into us. In order for it to do that, we have to have fuzzy boundaries. Our boundaries have to be too permeable. How do our boundaries become permeable? When we go off in the ether, when we don't have a grounding cord, when we're not really embodying ourselves, okay? This is how our boundaries become permeable. Vatas can be very sensitive people. They can pick up the energy in a room, especially if you're the type of Vata I am. I'm a Vata subtle, okay? Vata subtles, Vata clears, Vata lights. These are different qualities of Vata. They are the most sensitive, okay? So they got the clairs. They can pick up the energy in a room. They soak up everything in their environment like a sponge, okay? If you really relate to this, or if you use the term, I don't like the term at all, but some people will use this term empathic. I don't like the term empathic. I'll tell you why. Because I've often found that people that call themselves empathic have a really poor relationship with boundaries. They over-identify with other people's emotional states, and they actually don't have permission to do that. See, there's the boundary piece again, all right? They actually take on other people's stuff as their own, and they weren't asked to do that. So there's this whole lesson in boundaries that needs to come in, I've noticed, for a lot of people who refer to themselves as empaths. Also, I found with empaths, very rarely is empathy truly forming a piece of that narrative. Like, empathy is a quality that's really needed in our world, and it's also a quality that's extremely in short supply what I see more often come in with the empath narrative is this like grandiose, I feel the weight of the world, I feel the suffering more than everybody else, I'm always the victim of narcissistic abuse, on and on and on. All of this is unhealthy, unsupportive, and needs to be, you know, addressed. It's another thing that needs to be addressed, looked at more clearly. I will be bringing in some stuff around the whole narcissism thing here on the channel. I know it's something that needs to be talked about. It's something that's very front and center. It must be understood that true narcissism, personality disorder, is very rare. It's very rare. Human beings in general can have a sense of entitlement, selfishness, narcissism, egocentricity, megalomania, all right? And it's something that's very prevalent in humanity as a whole, all right? We've all had times in our lives when we have been out of balance, when we've acted out of self-interest, when we were selfish, when we didn't consider other people's needs. Anybody who says that they've never, ever, ever been in that position is full of crap, okay? Like, none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes. There's times we falter, okay? But true narcissistic personality disorder, which is very much in alignment with a certain like psychopathology, okay, is rare. All right, we got to stop like throwing this stuff out. It's just like blanket terms because it's an inaccuracy. It's an inaccuracy. And there's a little just too much feeding the narrative that's out there in the algorithm. So we need to bring in some real talk around this, all right? I feel often empathy is in short supply, all right? So I don't like the term. I prefer to use the term sentient, okay? I feel it's a much more accurate descriptive. Sentience is something that everybody has the ability to possess. Nobody is special if they're in touch with their sentience, okay? If you got the clairs, that doesn't mean you're special. It just means that you're aware of your gifts. You're awakened to them. They were very front and center for you. You might have even had a childhood trauma history, and that's why your clairs are so front and center. You needed that insight. You needed that special kind of awareness to navigate that emotional terrain and pull yourself through it in one piece. Everybody in existence has these abilities. It's just that they are dormant in a lot of people, or maybe they have fear or resistance because of their religious or cultural programming that makes them leery about exploring this area, okay? But you will find that as you grow and as you work your path, that your intuition will strengthen, your instincts will become stronger. That's what happens when we go into our body. The intuition wakes up, okay? Because when you're distracted and everything is about outside validation and you're not doing that inner self-reflection, it's easy to create this separation there, okay? So this becomes extremely important to come into the body, to make contact in this way for people that relate to that have this kind of like innate sensitivity. It's even more important to work with this HALT method. It's even more essential. And especially to look at nourishment, you know, and how you're nourishing yourself. Because if you take on a lot of other people's energy, that's what can really tax your nervous system. That's what can lead you to the state of overwhelm. It can also be very isolating, all right, which brings you, because you have to pull your energy back so much just to get some space to like get everything untangled, you know. So that some of you that are feeling this, like this energetic load, you might have taken on energy that's not yours to hold. You might have old energy corded into you, and just for that Chinese finger trap piece to come in. Some of you, this is related to old lovers, okay? So you might want to do some clearing out of what I call STDs, sexually transmitted demons. You know, it's just kind of like old holdover energy that's siphoning your vitality. I'm going to go ahead and write this down here. Let's see. I want to do that video. I'm going to put that video for you. It's a guided process for how to untangle that energy if you feel like your energy is being siphoned in that way. Okay. Yeah, maybe you need to get back in your own energy. And when you get back in your own energy, you'll realize how much clearer you feel, you know. What was actually disconnecting you, making you feel isolated, was the fact that you had, you know, isolation from yourself. You weren't in your own energy, all right? It makes a big difference, okay? If you're lonely, you know, you need to get some kind of contact. You need to get some kind of support, all right? Because when you feel lonely, that's when it can really take a turn. If you're feeling isolated, that's when things like anxiety and these other issues can have a snowball effect, and it can lead to really disastrous results. So anytime you feel lonely, you know that's a time when you need to reach out. So I want to give you a couple different options for that. You might not feel like being really social, okay? You may not want to go forward to anyone and say, I feel like I need a little help. I'm feeling isolated. I feel alone. Maybe because you have trust issues. Maybe you've been really burned by people. Maybe there's a reason why you've been spending time alone, all right? I get that. But there's somebody you can talk to. There's somebody somewhere, anywhere, even if it's just here, you know, you can drop a comment here. You can drop in on the lives. And even if you're just sitting here, you're sitting in this space with other people who are bringing their energy in. So you're not alone, okay? You got love, you got support. MJ coming in with that piece from his recent download. Hey, he said, yeah, you know, some of these, I'm telling you, I do these sessions with them and they still want to linger. They still want to bring pieces in. He says, anytime you feel alone, turn on that song, you know, and you can feel like, you know, you've got somebody else with you who understands, okay? His spirit lives on in that music. All right, Michael, you have your time. This is Ayurveda time. He's laughing. Oh my goodness. Okay, so anyway, aside from that, you know, what can you do? You can call up a friend. You do not need to tell them, I'm feeling lonely. I'm feeling isolated. This is what's going on with me. You can just call them up and say hi, okay? Or shoot them a text, you know, reach out. If you don't feel like talking to anybody, I think a really wonderful thing to do is just get out, you know, go to a coffee shop or go to a museum, go to a library, go somewhere where you can be around other people, but you don't necessarily have to have social interaction. And just that alone can like make you feel like you're not alone. It can be really helpful, okay? Parks are great for that too. Spending time with nature is excellent as well, you know. When you're in nature, you're never alone, right? Nature nurtures. It's also a great place to get grounded, feel your connection to the natural world, feel the way you're supported, okay? So these are some different options. And the final one, T, are you tired, okay? If you find that, you know, I'm not lonely, you're tired. Someday you may find like, I'm all of this. I'm all of it, okay? Well, then you got a lot of needs you need to address, right? The reason why we work with the HALT method is to start to get in touch with our bodies, to start to listen to our bodies, instead of looking to outside sources, outside authorities to guide us in the care of our bodies. We turn our attention inward and we listen to what our bodies have to say about the matter, okay? And once you do that, you're going to get back in touch with your biology and you're going to get right on track, okay? Because what is best for your health, mind, body, and spirit is going to be totally different from somebody else. You got to stop following these fitness gurus, these diet gurus. Like, nobody knows better what you need for your health and well-being than your own body's communication. So the first step is really getting in touch with this and making space to hear what it has to say. I recommend that for this week, even if you don't decide to do it for a full 30 days, all right, I recommend that at least for this first week, keep a HALT journal. Okay, just so you can kind of drop in and get touch with your patterns of behavior, get in touch with what are the overarching themes, what are the states that are coming up for you most often, get in touch with what type of foods you tend to reach for most often, what that has to say, you know, also being mindful of the food experience, you know, that's something you're going to note in your HALT journal. Was it a prana food experience? Did you feel energized after your meal? Did it hit the spot? Did you have a happy tummy? Did you feel like you got really good energy from that food? You want more of those experiences. Was it just kind of a neutral food experience? Like, you know, I mean, I'm not hungry anymore, but it wasn't particularly like delicious. It didn't like give me any like amazing boost of energy, but it also didn't make me feel like crap either. Was it aggressive? I said aggressive. Interesting. A lot of you are dealing with the A energy. You're dealing with like aggression, anxiety, like you got kind of this like chomping at the bit kind of energy. A lot of you are reaching for dry, crunchy snacks. That's what I'm getting. It's coming through really strongly, okay? But I meant to say, you know, if you find that it's interesting, that really like hijacked things. This energy is kind of hijacking things. It's very interesting. This needs to be paid attention to, all right? There's some kind of patterns here that you're going to know. There's some kind of patterns here that you're going to know. I think getting some movement in can be very helpful. I think some of you might need to like get a lot of this energy, this firewall moving, just so you can kind of get more to the sensitivity, get better in touch with your intuition, get some of that kind of like confusion. Like if you get really frustrated, okay, you're going to get a lot of headaches, first of all. Your blood pressure is going to go up, but it also makes it hard to think straight, right? Think about when you're really angry, like what do you want to do? You want to act impulsively, you want to strike out, you want to take action right now. There's that A word again, okay? And you might need to temper that a bit, all right? So pay attention to this. I think you can learn a lot, all right, from just keeping this journal for a week. It's going to help you spot certain patterns of behavior. And then even if you want to toss it aside, you're cool, you know, you can do that. But let this inform you, all right? Your approach is going to be different than everybody else's, but it's something you want to be very mindful of, all right? And you should do these check-ins twice a day, all right? So you don't need to do it for every meal, all right? Do a halt check-in and journal about it first thing in the morning and at night before you turn in. These are 2 times to just really just do just an inner weather check, you know, just see where you're at, note it, note what you're feeling. You'll learn a lot from that experience. That's not so hard to deal with, is it? Two halt check-ins a day that you journal about. It only has to take a few minutes, okay? So it'll provide a lot of information. The other thing that came in for the focus for the VATA course is to let yourself try the cocoa tulsi chai recipe and try starting out your day with that, or a chai or a golden milk is another option. Instead of having coffee first thing, you can still have your cup of coffee, all right? But just see, how does it change things if I first begin my day like this, okay? Ooh, and that's what got bypassed, okay? Here we come back around. Hey, Abhyanga, I never got into it. One of the best things you can do to deal with this energy, the anxiety. If you get a good workout in, you get a good movement in, that's wonderful. One thing you can do is you can actually do an Abhyanga before you get some movement in. And you just warm up a little oil and you put the oil all over your body, starting from your head, on your scalp, your face, all the way down your neck. Long strokes on the arms, okay? Circular motions around the joints, okay? Out to the sides on the chest, round the breasts, okay? Round in a clockwise motion on the belly, up and down on the sides, round on your glutes, and up and down motions on the legs. Again, circular motions over the knees, of the ankles. Make sure you get your feet, get the oil everywhere. And then you can put on some junky, you know, workout clothes that it doesn't matter if they get oil on them. I advise you to like pick something like that you can use for this purpose, and then get a workout in. You know, if you want to go for a walk outside, just put your hair up in a ponytail. If you're a chick, you know, or a dude and you got long hair, put your hair up in a ponytail, pull your hair back, you know. Nobody has to know that you got oil on your head. It doesn't matter, all right? Go for a walk, all right? Or you could do some yoga. You could do some sun salutations. Those really get the energy moving. You can put on some music. You can dance. There's no rule about how you have to exercise, how you have to move. Just moving the energy can be very helpful, okay? And then after you get your workout in, then go take a shower, all right? And you'll be amazed how much that addresses the way you feel. And if you already started your day with a, you know, cocoa tulsi chai instead of coffee, your nervous system is already going to be off to a much different start. You see what I'm saying? Your whole day will be entered into on a different note. And that's going to change the tone, the symphony that plays throughout your day, all right? So after that, later you can have your cup of coffee, all right? I'm a little, you know, fudgy Ayurveda this morning. It's okay. It's starting day. It's the first 2 days dropping in. I'm seeing where I'm at. I'm doing a bulletproof dirty chai this morning. So it's not straight coffee. I got, you know, my cinnamon going on in there. I got a little like kind of a black tea, plum black tea spice blend in there. I got a little oat milk, a little vanilla. I went really heavy on the cinnamon. And then I put in a little fat. Okay, I used a little butter because I like the creaminess, and I blended it all up, and that helps. It helps a great deal for me with the coffee. And I tend to only do like bulletproof dirty chai for my coffee when I'm going through PANCHAKARMA. And I really should just stick with it because it really helps me feel good. But it's kind of hard to find people who do good dirty chai. It's also bulletproof out there. If you're in Sonoma County, you won't have a problem with this. You can always find that in the Bay Area, okay? Do experiment with that recipe. It's a great recipe. And a lot of times what people don't realize is they go for coffee, not even because it's necessarily making them feel better, because a lot of people have an adverse reaction to coffee. It makes them really jittery. It affects their sleep. It's dehydrating. It's dry quality. You have to remember that. So I would say if you are going to drink coffee, do, you know, keep it to a minimum. All right. Try to keep it to like no more than 2 like regular size cups. I'm not talking like some venti, you know, shots. All right. 2, you know, regular size cups of coffee a day max. Add stuff to it to make it, you know, even if you just put in a little like cream, okay, would be good. Something that just doesn't make it have such an insulin spike would be very helpful, or only have it with a meal. This is especially important if you have any kind of like eating disorder issues, all right? They really advise against it in medical protocol. If you have eating disorder issues, especially if you tend toward anorexia, to have coffee on its own, especially first thing in the morning. That can create a state of morning anorexia, they call it, where it blunts the appetite too much, and it can be a serious problem, right? So make sure that you don't have coffee until you got some food in your belly is the best recommendation. And before that, go for a chai. Go for a dirty chai, or you can do a bulletproof, okay? And that's the way you can bring in a little balancing nourishment that can help, okay? The other thing I want to bring in, again, at this point, that came in for the VATA course for support is the support that's going to be coming in here twice a week on Wednesdays and also on Saturdays. We're going to have lives for this material. This is a little bit longer of a live today because I got to cover all the opening formalities, right? The one coming in on Saturday won't be quite as long, okay? I say that, and then sometimes we just go off. We know how it goes. I can have every intention, but the download comes in as the download comes in. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just the vessel delivering the message, all right? So we'll see how it goes. It's my intention that it's not as long, but it might be. So we're going to have those meetings twice a week, once a week, Thursdays. So tomorrow on the Cobra's Medicine Bag YouTube, I will be doing a special drop-in for those who have an eating disorder. And I'm probably, that one will be more condensed because it's going to be just straight up like Q&A, offering support. And I might bring in meditation or a focal point because we already did cover a lot of that information here in this live, all right? So at least that's how this first week's one will be over there on Thursday. Again, it'll be around the same time, somewhere around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8:11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So to stay updated on all this, to stay updated on all the lives, all that, and also just to have that beautiful reciprocal flow of energy. If you are not subscribed to Broad Coven, please subscribe. It would really mean a lot to me. It also supports my dream, which is to get Ayurvedic healthcare available to everybody for free worldwide. It's my whole vision with my Cobra's Medicine Bag site. I will bring in more there down the road. Cobra's Medicine Bag also functions entirely on donations. I do not make any profit from Cobra's Medicine Bag. It's free, okay? So there's also a donation button on the homepage of that site. If you do feel called to donate, any amount helps, honestly, and it all goes back into allowing me to further this work. And it would really mean a lot to me. Also, I have links at the top of my homepage here, Broad Coven. There is my Venmo link, and there's also a Cobra's Medicine Bag PayPal link where you can make donations, and it all supports this philanthropic work that I'm doing. So for those of you who did donate, I had some people did donate. I want to just thank you so much. You're the reason why I'm able to do this and continue to do this. And also for those of you who are subscribing, you're also supporting me in furthering this effort and getting this work out to more people. So I just want to really, I will always show like my deepest appreciation for those who are supporting the channel in that way. It really means a lot. This channel cannot function without you, all right? So you're such an important part of what is being built here. We're collectively building this together, all right? Now, what I wanted to bring in for the Grace in Crisis Initiation course that we're doing in tandem, these are also focal points. So if you haven't gotten your hands on that course yet, you just went for the VATA one, please grab that course as well. They're meant to be used in tandem this go around. I love herbal chai too. It's so yummy. And this cocoa Tulsi chai is so good. It is really decadent and yum yum, especially if you put some coconut cream in it. And it's got that rose essence. So it can be super helpful if you're dealing with that pressurized fire like we were talking about. If you've got a little of that, you know, hot, dry picture going on. Okay. So we already brought in the Durga Pranayama. There's a Durga Pranayama ritual that I outlined. You're guided through it. It's a video. You can drop in with that video. You can do that 2 times a day. It only takes a few minutes, okay? You can start your day. You're totally guided through it. You have space help. All you have to do is turn on the video and breathe with me. That's it, okay? And I'll lead you through it. You want to do that in the morning and at night, all right? That'll really help ground this whole practice. It'll be very beneficial. The other thing is the yes mantra, which Amanda brought in to kick us off. She said, yes, yes, yes. And that is the spirit that we want to hold as we go through this experience, okay? Yes is not saying that, oh, I'm really digging what's going on. I love this. I fully endorse it, man. It's just a complete state of open acceptance, okay? So how would this look if you're dealing with something that's really rough? Let's say, you know, you start to do this PANCHAKARMA work and all of a sudden you get all these emotions start coming forward and you're really pissed off and you're confronting, you know, some deep stuff that you haven't looked at in a long time. You're feeling a way about it, all right? You're feeling a way about it. Maybe you want to reach for the cookies. Maybe you want to, you know, drink away what you're feeling. Maybe you want to act out in some other destructive way. And you're really doing the work of trying to be present with this stuff. You're trying to hold space for it. You don't want to act out of these patterns, all right? First of all, I want to say for any of you that are doing that work, I am really proud of you because that is the work, all right? And you're not alone. You aren't. Anytime you're struggling with something like that, I don't care if it's not on the live, like come and drop on the replay of the live and drop me a comment. You know, I will be there for you. I will show up for you, okay? Anybody who needs, you know, just like a kind word or just to have an acknowledgement that they're struggling and maybe some kind of tip, some kind of support, that's what I'm here for. I'm here as your Ayurvedic practitioner to help guide the experience for you, to help hold that respectful space for you. So just know you got the support, okay? You got the support. The support is here. All right? So let's say you have this coming up, all right? Just the willingness to even sit in the eye of the storm. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of accountability, a lot of presence. And, you know, I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you. And I hope you'll be proud of yourself if you're willing to do that, if you're willing to face this stuff. And I hope you'll know, and I hope you'll utilize the support that it is here for you and that you aren't alone in it, all right? That's very important to me. Some other ways that you can create space for that, though, is with that Durga Pranayama, okay? In addition to the HALT method, that Durga Pranayama can hold space, even just that, the opening to it, the 3-part yogic breathing can make space, you know, for the feelings of overwhelm. They can make space for what you're feeling. We go deeper into that as we go further on in this journey, okay? There's also resources for this on the old PANCHAKARMA playlist, so you might want to explore some of those. I just wouldn't follow the food recommendations in the old PANCHAKARMA playlist. because they are for spring season and summer season. This is the first time we're doing a VATA PANCHAKARMA on this channel. But certainly a lot of the breath work in those other ones you can absolutely use. It's safe for the breath work. It's safe for the meditations. Some of the body work methods you won't want to work with either, though, because it's a totally different focus, okay? Each dosha has a totally different focus, all right? Yes, though, can help you a lot in this process. And at first, you're not going to understand the power of it until you start to work with it. So let's say you're coming up against something, it's really difficult, you feel a lot of resistance around it, you don't want to hold space for this, you're really pissed off, you feel like popping off. Let's just say, let's create a fictitious character, we'll call them, let's just call them troll. That's the easiest, okay? Let's say you're dealing with a troll, okay? And this troll's really been an instigator in your life. Now you're all activated, you're really pissed off. You're like, I just want to go and pop troll in the chops, you know? That's how you're feeling. I want to pop off and I want to pop troll in the chops and show them what's what and how I feel. I'm just going to pop them one right in the kisser, okay? It's a little extreme, all right? But some of you, I don't know, maybe you'll be dealing with that. Like this energy is, it's really at the forefront. I keep tapping into this energy. I'm picking up, like, it's kind of funny. I'm going to just bring it in because I get really real on these things. You have journeyed with me through this before, you know. I don't hold anything back. For some, I don't know. This might especially be coming up for the masculine. I'm picking up kind of like a blue ball sort of energy. I'm picking up like angry and horny. Like, I'm in the mood for love. I'm picking up this energy. All right, so I mean, whatever. Okay, let's say that. Let's look at that incident. And then maybe that's making you want to like pop some trolls in the chops. Maybe you feel like somebody's been kind of like cock blocking you or something. All right, okay, let's just use it as an example. It's funny. And I think humor can do a lot. Levity can do a lot to kind of break up some of the seriousness and stuff. Humor is a very yes kind of emotion, okay? It's a very accepting kind of emotion. Humor has saved my life. There's times that I'll bust out humor that people are like, that is so inappropriate. But I'm like, no, it's why I'm here. It's why I'm alive, because I'm able to like laugh about things that are, you know, so horrible. You know, that if I couldn't laugh, if I didn't have a sense of humor, I wouldn't be able to get through it, all right? So don't underestimate the value of humor as a banisher and the way that that's how some people find a way through. You know, you may not understand their sarcastic humor or their dark humor, but that's how a lot of people, you know, navigate really tricky terrain. And you'll find it a lot in people who have a lot of trauma that they've waded through. In fact, I would often get called out on it in therapy, like, Shannon, you're laughing again, you know. But it's like, yeah, I know. And I still kind of, I'm a little in disagreement with, you know, therapy on that tip. It's like, yes, I think sometimes it can be an avoidance, but I also think sometimes laughter is a great way to create safe space to kind of dance with some demons, to be honest with you, you know, and to do some real powerful, you know, trauma integration healing work. All right. So don't underestimate that. In fact, you might want to look into laughter yoga. I recommend you just like look it up. You might even be able to find a video. Let me put a note of that. I'm going to see if I can find a laughter yoga video on YouTube. If I can't, I might record one. That might be fun. Maybe I'll record a laughter yoga video, maybe not this week, but maybe next week or something, for the Cobra's Medicine Bag channel, okay? And it can be something we all practice together. That could be very beneficial, okay? Really helps you like kind of bring a little bit of levity around what can be a very difficult process. But the biggest problem people have when they're bumping up against something they have a lot of resistance around is they avoid the very thing they need to do to get to the other side of it, which is open up to it. Okay, I'm giving myself over to it. I'm going to expand into it. That's what's required. Instead, what happens is people try to control it too much. They try to tamp it down. They try to rein it in. And in the process, it just becomes more agitated. It gains momentum. And now you got this internalized pressure and it causes a lot of problems. Yes creates the space, okay? So when you say yes, you're just really saying, I acknowledge what's happening here, and I'm not resisting the truth of this moment, right? It's not saying you like it. It's not saying you want more of it. It's not saying you approve. It's just saying, yes, this is what's showing up right now. So that could look like, yes, I'm really pissed off. And yes, I got blue balls. And yes, I'm tired of being cock blocked by my friend Joe Schmo over there. They keep getting in the way of the tail I have my eyes set on. I'm really sick of their crap. I want to go and pop Joe Schmo in the chops and teach that troll a lesson. Yes, I feel all these things. Yes, I recognize that's not healthy. Yes, I'm being out of balance right now. Yes, I'm agitated. Yes, I'm horny. Do you see what I'm saying? As soon as you start to say all this and you're talking it out, you know, there will be a certain level of humor that kind of takes over. And you kind of get to laugh at the human folly of it all. But it also helps to keep it from being such an internalized, like ping pong experience. Now you are speaking to it. Okay? You're not holding it in anymore. It's no longer something you're resisting, trying to tamp down, trying to sweep under the rug. No, now we're looking at it. All right, this is where it's at. This is what I feel. Okay, yeah, maybe I do feel like, yes, I feel like a dumpster fire right now. You know, this is part of my experience too. Yes, I feel out of balance. Yes, you know, I got some work to do here. Okay. So it helps relieve the pressure valve. And it helps take it from being an internal pressurized experience to now, okay, now I know what I'm working with. Now I know what I'm dealing with. And congratulations when you go there, because now you're no longer seated in the problem. You're being seated in the solution. Now we're cooking, okay? Now something constructive can happen. And this is a very beneficial thing, okay? The next thing that came in with the Grace and Crisis course is, as much as you can, free up your schedule through this process. So right now, I want you to kind of like look as you move through this week, especially over these next couple of days, where are you taking on things that you just really don't want to be taking on? And you just feel obligated for some reason. You told yourself you're obligated to do these things, but you're not really. It's just that you don't have good boundaries. Maybe you're saying yes to things that you really should be saying no to. Yes to saying no when you realize that you're overextending yourself, or where you're giving to others from a place of resentment because it's something you feel obligated to do, but you don't really want to do, okay? So you really want to have a look at kind of like where your energy is going this week, and where you can trim the fat, where you can kind of like pull your energy back, where you can drop some obligations that maybe just aren't a fit anymore, or drop, you know, spending your time in certain ways that isn't productive or isn't doing anything for you, or only has you feeling worse for the wear, or maybe dropping some people. You know, you might need to have some space from people. It doesn't have to be permanent, but you might need to create a little distance to make things a little bit clearer for you. Do free up your schedule where you can, all right? Create more room for you, more room for you to do this work, more room for you to transform, more room for you to heal, more room for you to grow, okay? All of this is very important. You also want to look at creating a soothing environment for yourself, all right? So that's another thing I want you to kind of cue into over these next couple of days until our next live on Saturday, is just looking at where can you make your environment feel more relaxing, more soothing. Maybe this means, you know, getting some different kinds of lighting features. Maybe it means getting some candles. Maybe it means bringing in some beautiful incense, you know, just so you can kind of bring in a little bit of that ambiance into your environment. Speaking of which, I'm going to light some sandalwood. Sandalwood is a wonderful aromatherapy for VATA. It's VATA specific, okay? It's calming, it's warming, it's soothing. It's also very sacred. Sending a little of this beautiful sandalwood your way. I think I'm going to send a little Reiki your way too, just to support you in this process. So if you don't want to receive the Reiki, you do not have to. Just simply state to yourself, no, thank you. But if you do, just say yes, open up to it. And I'm just going to send a little bit of this your way. just to call in some support around this experience for you all. Everybody's like, hell yes, I need that Reiki. It's really good energy. It's really good medicine, okay? Just like smooth, smooth, just smooth. All those frazzled nerves, all the rough edges, let's just polish them, just smooth things, smooth and soften. As one of my beautiful teachers that I've been able to work with, Louisa Tish, Yay Tish, says just rub some cream on it. Cream can make everything better, okay? There's that Abhyanga piece again. You don't have to use oil for that. You can use a really beautiful body souffle, you know? You can use shea butter, you know? Just work with whatever you're drawn to, okay? So yes, you know, sandalwood would be a wonderful scent and a wonderful aromatherapy to bring into your environment. Sandalwood merged with rose. It's sensual, but it's also very soothing. It's cooling for more agitated emotions. And it really can set a nice ambiance, especially at night. It's great to just like have kind of rose, sandalwood essence going in your environment, and pull out your yoga mat. And you don't have to even have a plan for yoga. You don't even have to do yoga. You can just create some space in the evening time to just explore how your body wants to open up, stretch. You know, you can bring in things like gua sha if you want, and do a little like detail work for those of you who know about gua sha. We'll be bringing that in later, but I'm just trying to give you some ideas, you know, things to explore. Okay. And then make sure that whatever you're doing, you know, keep things simple, right? The more that you can simplify your schedule, the more you can simplify your approach, the better off you're going to be. This doesn't need to be complicated. That's actually contraindicated for VATA. We need to keep things nice, grounded, calm, simple, easy. Okay. So this is a different kind of purification experience. It's not about doing really deep, you know, strict diet. Like, no, we're looking at wet, warm, nourishing, building foods. We're looking at bringing in a little bit of that sweet rasa, the ojas building. You're really going to enjoy this. And it's also going to help you move into what is typically a very stressful and can be trauma-provoking period of the year, which is the holiday season. You're getting a leg up on it with this Grace and Crisis course being brought in with the VATA course simultaneously. So I think the holidays will be very different for you this year. All right. So give yourself a chance to really benefit from this. Again, this piece coming in, comes in for the Grace and Crisis piece. Communication, boundaries, these two themes front and center. This is really what's needing attention this week. I encourage you to create some boundaries through your communication as you move through this process. If you have relatives, loved ones, friends who always feel like they have to tell you what to do about your health, how you need to eat, what you need to do, you know, we've all dealt with people like this. In particular, women deal with this a lot around diet, exercise. There's always a friend who seems to be the expert on what you need for your body. Okay. Now is the time to really define your boundaries and say, hey, I'm doing this. I'm going through this Ayurvedic course. I've made my decision. I don't really need the input. You know, thank you for caring about me, but I know what's best for my body. This is now time for you to start to like really exercising your voice in this way, using healthy communication, healthy nonviolent communication, to just you know, delineate some boundary lines about what's appropriate for people to like give their input on and not. A general good rule of thumb is if somebody doesn't ask for your advice, do not give it. Do not volunteer it. It's usually boundary encroaching and unwanted. Okay, so yes to asking if somebody wants your advice before you just hurl it onto them. Okay. And finally, the other piece that came in is maybe working with doing some aura clearing baths and energy clearing baths. This is especially important if you feel like your energy has become very convoluted lately, very confused. If you feel like you've taken on energy that's not yours, or if you've ever get this feeling where maybe everything's been going great, you know, you've been feeling good, you've been feeling happy, you've been feeling peaceful, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, why am I agitated out of nowhere? Why am I so emotional out of nowhere? This can be because you've let your boundaries become permeable and you've actually got hitchhiker energy going on. You've over-personalized somebody else's energy. You've taken on energy that's not yours. And a simple Edgar Cayce remedy bath can be just the ticket to give you back your energy and help release whatever you've inadvertently taken on. This can happen to the best of us. You know, if you're a sensitive person, if you're somebody who's got the clairs activated in you, and if you're not on top of your boundaries, if you're not on top of doing your shielding, if you're not on top of your grounding, and grounding also comes through practicalities like making sure you're eating nourishing food, making sure you're getting good rest. All of these things can weaken your energetic boundaries and can cause you to take on energy that's not yours. An aura clearing bath is a great way to just clear out the energy. You can do this with 2 cups of sea salt or Epsom salt to 2 cups of baking soda. Drop it in a tub, soak for 20 minutes, you're good to go. Now, if you don't have a tub, you can do a crown pour over. It's a little different. There's something just so effective about getting that salt and baking soda soak in. It's a tried and true remedy from Edgar Cayce. So maybe you can borrow somebody's tub. Maybe you know somebody who has a tub that would be willing to let you come over and take a energy clearing bath. I don't know. Maybe you can do something kind for them in return. I'm sure you can figure it out. Okay. But if not, you can do a tea infusion. I recommend bay leaf. Okay. So you can just take some bay leaf, steep it into a tea, and you can do a crown pour over. That can certainly help, but it's a little different. It's a little different than a soak, but I want you to have a resource if you feel like that's not an option for you. Okay. So I feel like that's everything that I kind of need to handle right now. I want to pull out cards and just do us a little reading to set us off on our adventure. We're going to use this Paulina Tarot, bottom of the deck energy. Look at this. I love it. 9 of Pentacles. This is really about carving out time to take care of yourself. It's about focusing on your health, focusing on your personal stability. It's also a very independent energy, and it's a card that's actually focused a lot on dropping in with nature, spending time just grounding with the elements. You're also heading into a very prosperous time. You know, your health is your wealth, all right? So the more energy you have, the better you take care of yourself, the more successful you'll be. In order to make anything happen in life, you need to have good energy quality. And if you're not focused on your self-care, and if you're, you know, getting scattered, then it's hard to see a lot of success in your life. It's hard to build abundance in your life. So this is really good. This is kind of like the promise of what's to come through this process. A lot of growth, a lot of personal growth, a lot of spiritual growth. You'll also see your finances improve. I'm getting this coming through very solidly. You're going to notice where you've had financial blockage. As you start to do this work, the health of your finances is going to improve. Okay, so if you've been in this position where you've been trying to like manifest monetarily, just watch what happens over these next 6 weeks. I think you'll find that energy freeing up. So this is for the entire collective. We're looking at the energy in play this week as we kick off our community PANCHAKARMA with the Roots with Wings VATA course and the Grace and Crisis course. And as the questers go and quest for that cauldron of Dagda, and some of us are doing all the things, okay? We're calling in the energy of the entire zodiac, calling in Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Ophiuchus, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. We want to see what is coming in for the collective this week that's moving through this experience of transformation, that's taking on Panchakarma, that's taking on the quest for the cauldron of Dagda, any way they're able to approach that, any way that they're encountering it, coming into it, you know, accept where you're at, say yes to where you're at. You don't need to do anything perfect, right? You don't need to report to me if you feel like, you know, you didn't do everything exactly as outlined. It's not about that, okay? It's about making it your own experience, respecting where you're at, and knowing that sometimes all it takes is a small little shift to really create a big change in your life, all right? And Amanda has been with me from the beginning with these that I've been doing. And Amanda has radically like transformed her life. It's been really cool to witness. It's been really cool to see. Amanda's on that Panchakarma life now, like me. So I've seen a lot of changes in Amanda, and I know it's been really good for her. So it can start small, and it builds a momentum of its own. All right, one more shuffle I got. Yeah, this is where you're at right now, okay? 10 cups in reverse. You're feeling unfulfilled. You're feeling empty. All your cups are spilled out. Some of you are dealing with relationship challenges. You're feeling very frustrated. You feel like you can't get on the same page with another where there was harmony. There's now some kind of friction, some kind of argument, some kind of separation. You know, maybe you've been focusing too much on the other, and that's part of the problem. Maybe you really need this opportunity to touch base with yourself and see where you're at. Maybe what used to be fulfilling for you isn't fulfilling anymore. That's okay. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay for things to change. You don't have to make up your mind about anything right now. And that's one thing that Panchakarma can be used for, is it can be used as a reset, you know, where you really get clear about, okay, what chapter am I opening up to? And sometimes before you can really see that, you first have to let go of the old cycle before you know the way forward. I think it was like, I don't know what time it was when I brought this in. I'm going to have to watch the replay. I was going to do the timestamp. It's okay. It's okay. I have to watch the replay anyway, so I know what I brought in because I'm channeling, so I'm not retaining everything that I'm bringing in here. All right, Spirit, give us a clue what's coming in for the collective here in doing this Panchakarma work. All right, woo, we got balance coming in. I like seeing that. Major Arcana, crossing influence. We got justice on the table. Beautiful energy. All right, we've got a lot of balance coming in. All right, you're going to find your balance. Where are we finding this balance with justice that's acting as the crossing influence? I love it. Yes, here she is. Amanda's like, yes, Panchakarma life, okay? Oh man, I cannot make it up. Look what came out. Temperance. Are you kidding me? Temperance. Look at this. Temperance and justice. Two major arcanas opening up the energy here. Very cool too. We brought in this fire, air quality. Justice is Libra's card, air energy. Temperance is Sagittarius card, fire energy, okay? So this is what's going on here. And what's interesting about Libra, okay, Libra specific, is all about balancing polarities, okay? Libra's true challenge in life is to be the center balancing point between shadow and light, to hold things in their appropriate measure, okay? To be the calm eye in the storm, to be able to look at things with a discerning eye. That's why Libra is represented as the scales of justice. Also, Libra is represented by justice. And Libra is also represented by the Empress, okay? Libra's got 3 cards representing them in the tarot, okay? In the major arcana. So this energy very front and center. Also right now, Libra is in the South Node position. So matters of balancing out karmic cycles is front and center for everybody in the entire collective. Some of you are trying to balance things out with another 150. 1:15 about for the tarot. So 1:15. I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm gonna have to watch it, Amanda, because I'm not sure. 1:15 is different than the time I got here. I'm 2 hours 34 minutes and 50 seconds in right now to this live, so I'll just watch it back. It's okay. It's not a big deal. And anybody who watches it really should see the preamble because it's kind of taking it out of context, so it's fine. Sagittarius here, temperance energy. Sagittarian, house of Sagittarius is all about expansion. It's about philosophy. It's about travel of the mind, but also physical travel, okay? Sagittarian energy is like everything gets bigger, okay? And that's because Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, right? Big Jupiter energy. Jupiter invites in a lot of largesse, okay? It invites in kind of a good luck, optimistic energy, but out of balance, okay? It can be destructive. It can be too much of a good thing. It can be too big for your britches. It can be overstepping your boundaries, all right? So all these things have come in. It can also be doing things in excess, you know? Eating too much food, partying too hard, staying up too late, you know? All the good fun stuff in life that tends to affect fire signs a lot, tends to affect Pitta a lot, you know. That's one way Pitta, fire types, like to reward themselves. They like to treat themselves. Like, I'm going to treat myself to a little bit of partying. I'm going to treat myself to this drink. I'm going to treat myself to these chips, this good food, you know. Fire signs and Pitta types like to have fun. And that's how they view their rewards. You know, they like to indulge. They like to overindulge. So this is also about being mindful of where you need to balance things out. Some of you have this work you need to do in terms of your health. Maybe you've been hitting the drinks a little bit too much. Maybe you've been partying a little bit too much, going out and toasting things a little too much. It might be time to kind of like rein that in. You might need to see something a little bit more clearly with this diamond energy here. There's a need to kind of like clear out the inclusions, you know, enhance the clarity, understand what really brings value to your life, the type of connections you want to have, maybe understand how certain habits, behaviors are getting in the way of that. I am seeing this very much in terms of relationship too. Notice that the temperance in this particular card is holding 2 of cups. And, you know, we have that 10 of cups in reverse. So a lot of you are probably trying to balance out a relationship with somebody. You want to get back on the same page. You want things to be an even keel. You want there to be a give and take. Maybe you've been dealing with relationship dynamics. This doesn't just have to be romantically. It can be in your friendships. It can be in your work relationships. It can be among family and friends. You might have been dealing with situations where with the 10 of cups in reverse, you've been spilling all your energy out. Like, you've been a little coing the situation. Maybe you've been giving too much of yourself, you know, or you've been giving to the wrong things, you know. You've been giving to things that don't want to pour back into you, okay? So there's some piece here about looking at reciprocity, looking at that reciprocal flow, the give and take. Where is that balance in your life? You might need to look at this, okay? There's 2 cards. Both are coming out about a need for balance here very strongly. This is the work. Some of you have been indulging in food a little too much. You've been, you know, pleasure eating. You've been eating when you're not hungry. You've been late night noshing, which late night noshing isn't really good for your system. It actually really depletes the Agni, the digestive fire. It has the food just sit there and it makes you sluggish. This is why you'll wake up with like a foggy sense in the head, a food hangover, I call it. You don't even need to like really overeat. If you're eating really late at night and then you're going to bed, do you know what they call that? They call that like the sumo wrestler's diet. Like that's what they do in Japan to fatten up the sumo wrestlers. They have them eat these really big meals and then they have them take a nap. It's because when you're resting, your detoxification process is supposed to kick in. And if your body is diverted from that process, if your organs don't have the energy they need to do that, because the energy is being diverted to digestion, you'll just store all of that energy as fat. And also your body doesn't get to detox. And so that's why a lot of times if you eat late at night, you'll wake up the next morning, you won't feel so good. Your energy won't be so good. You'll feel sluggish. You may feel a little foggy headed, you know. These are things that you want to be mindful of. So some of you might be needing to bring this into balance. Some of you may feel like you put on a little weight. You may be feeling a little tired. You may be feeling a little sluggish. I'm on a weight release journey. I have been for a long time. I've kind of held steady within a range, which is pretty normal. I don't know what that weight range is. I just know that I'm still able to wear the same clothes I've always worn. I haven't had to go up in sizes. I also haven't gone down in sizes. I'm staying where I've been for over 10 years now, okay? Pretty balanced out for the most part. Sometimes the clothes get a little bit snugger. Sometimes they get a little bit looser. I'm just in this place of homeostasis. A lot of that has had to do with stress that I've had in my life. So I'm just being really honest here. There's times when I've been very stressed out. There's times when I'm just like, I don't care. Right now, I just want some chocolate. You know, I want some chocolate. I know I'm pleasure eating. I know I'm not hungry. And I just want to indulge a little bit because it gives me pleasure. And I've been dealing with a lot of BS and I just want to do that in this moment. So that's what I'm going to do. I do it consciously and I have the experience. I enjoy it. I get over it. I move on and I'm right back to doing what I normally do, which is just eating when I'm hungry, stopping when I'm satisfied. Okay. So this is something a lot of people need to understand when it comes to intuitive eating. Intuitive eating is not a diet. Okay. And everybody will do this. Talk to a natural eater, talk to somebody who's never had any unhealthy relationship with food or their body. They'll tell you like, yeah, sometimes I overindulge, sometimes I have a treat. And you ask them, well, how do you feel about that? They're like, what do you mean, how do I feel about it? What are you talking about? I don't think about it at all. I just enjoy it and then I move on from it. It's really illuminating, okay? So if you're somebody who's had these issues, I really encourage you to like pick that friend or that person you know, and ask them, is it okay if I ask you about this? I'm just really curious. Throat chakra stuff. You need to go outside, Ted? You need to go potty? Yeah, hold on a minute. Go ahead. Okay. You may need to ask someone if it's okay. You can let them know like, hey, I've noticed that, you seem to have a really balanced relationship with your body, with your food, with, how you approach your health. I struggle with these issues. And I really would like to just kind of like ask you some questions, but, it's okay to say no. Oh my gosh, there's so much blockage coming up around this. I don't know if you're like scared to open up about your challenges. Some of you may be dealing with these challenges and you're afraid to talk about it. As somebody who's recovered from an eating disorder, I just have to let you know that secrecy is how eating disorder thrives, right? It's a big issue. The sooner that you start to open up about your challenges within safe spaces, the sooner you're going to get free of it, okay? As long as you keep it a secret and you pretend like everything's okay, it's just going to get worse, okay? And you have to understand that if you're hyper focused on eating ultra healthy, like I can't eat this food if it has this ingredient in it, if you become so focused on healthy eating, to the extent that you're stressed about it, you could be heading into EDNOS, which is eating disorder not otherwise specified. It's also known as orthorexia. It's when there's an obsessive focus on only eating clean food, and it's a big problem. It's a big problem. I will tell you, as an intuitive eating counselor, I have dealt with so many people in recent years, counseling them, that come to me that are like, I don't even know how to eat anymore. And it's causing me immense suffering. And that's because there's so much conflicting advice out there from these health gurus. One day it's about low carb. The next day it's about, no, you really need your carbs. One day it's about, you need all meat. Next day it's like, no, stay away from meat. You need to eat vegetarian, okay? This is really causing a lot of confusion for people. I've seen people paralyzed when it comes to their food choices. Like, they experience so much anxiety, so much stress, so much agitation around something that's supposed to be an enjoyable, pleasurable, nourishing, nurturing experience, okay? So it's time to really think about what is healthy, all right? Healthy is not just about the foods you eat. It's about the experiences you're having with your meals. It's also about how you're feeling in general in your life. It's about your mood. It's about your quality of life. It's about your ability to enjoy pleasurable experiences. It's about the quality of your connections. It's about the quality of your work. It's everything. Okay, so we have to stop making it just about what really is largely influenced by this false beauty myth that says beauty is one note, beauty is homogenized, beauty is a certain size, a certain shape, a certain color of skin, okay? All of it. We're bringing it all in. It's all bullshit. We need to smash these ideals, all right? I love the Ayurvedic definition of beauty. Ayurveda views beauty as a quality that exudes from the spirit. It's when the soul, the spirit is so refined and bright, just like this diamond, okay? That becomes the basis of your beauty. Your soul's essence rises to the surface, and people see it in the glow, the radiance of your complexion. They see it in the sparkle of your eyes. They see it on the smile and on your face. They hear it in your voice. They recognize it in your entire presentation. Is radiating this quality of deep self-acceptance, self-love, self-trust, you know, peace, harmony, balance, okay? It's when the ojas is so built up in the body, it just spills over into your daily expression in life, all right? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And beauty on a superficial level is highly subjective, okay? It's like, what's one person's tea is another person's like, I could pass on that, okay? So everybody is beautiful to somebody, all right? Everybody is beautiful to somebody. And also, you know, you're not it for somebody, okay? And so we need to stop being so attached, you know, to these outer definitions of beauty and start looking for the water in a deeper well. Also, I feel like a lot of you in relationships, you're also looking for this. You're looking for the water from a deeper well, all right? You're tired of superficial connections. You're tired of connections that require you to give and give and give and give and give and nothing pours back into you, okay? So before you can get to a place where you can come into harmony with another, whether you're healing a relationship with somebody or whether you're looking for something new, okay? You have to first come into that state of balance within yourself. Then you'll find that in the mirror, in the outer reflection within a relationship. Definitely, this piece is coming in, okay? Very strongly. Libra does rule over the house of relationships, marriages, unions of all sorts. Libra also rules over the house of open enemies, okay? So we're looking at places where you're at odds with people, with situations, the need for bringing these things into balance. How? Through refinement, through clarity, through standing on your worth, your value, and through pouring into yourself first, finding your own balance by coming into alignment with your truth. Okay, once you do this, then you'll truly be able to come into alignment with another, all right? And you'll get that beautiful reciprocal flow energy going on. Let me see if Ted's ready to come in. Here he comes. All right, Teddy baby. Thank you, honey. Go ahead and lay down, sweetheart. All right, so let's see. What else is coming in? What else does the collective need to know, Spirit? Yeah, this is the work that needs to be done. We got 8 of Pentacles energy. I like how 9 of Pentacles opened it up. So you will see growth in your finances. You're also being asked to tap into your creativity at this time. It definitely can be beneficial for you. The more that you can kind of like focus on the work at hand, the more you're going to find you're very much able to kind of like stay focused. You're not going to get distracted by what's going on the periphery. This piece is also really coming in though. There's like something that you're meant to create. A lot of you need to focus on your creativity. This is an aspect of yourself that you kind of like tabled. You sort of like, you know, let it collect dust. It's time to dust off that old creative project that you never saw through. It's time to explore your creativity. Maybe that's something you've always wanted to do. You've wanted to take a class. You've wanted to take a workshop. Or maybe you just wanted to try your hand at something. You know, this can be something even as simple as going to one of those like little studios where you pick the pottery and then you get to like, you know, you get to paint. You get to paint the pottery. Some of you might be into pottery. You know, that might be something that you want to take on. Some of you may work with these mediums. Any of these things can be coming in. I'm noticing like the ballet slippers, you know, some of you are dancers. Any creative expression, you're being asked to really bring this forward. I noticed that they're painting this Ace of Pentacles here. So as you start to open up to your creativity, it's going to open up something for you and you're going to start to see things differently. I also feel like in terms of relationship, this is looking at relationships in a new way. It's about looking at it as a partnership. Relationship is a creative process, okay? And we all know that creativity doesn't flow. It doesn't come into its true expansive fruition if we have it like, you know, pent in. If we put too much of a framework around it, then, you know, we spoil what wants to be inspired, all right? You can like cut off the musing energy when you do that. This is like big don't fence me in energy. So you don't have to know how things are going to turn out. This is about dropping expectations. It's about opening up to the creative flow, just respecting what wants to come through, how it wants to come through. And there is this piece here about, you know, there's something about really focusing on the work at hand and actually getting into this place of moving things into action, like actually physically doing, as opposed to just sitting around mulling over things. You'd be surprised how much you can work out mentally and emotionally just by like pouring yourself into a task. So if you need to get your house in order, like start cleaning your house and use that time that you would normally, you know, spend sitting on your couch, you know, with a drink, like stewing over what's bothering you, and instead get to work, like start cleaning your house and start focusing on this stuff while you're cleaning. That can be a meditation in motion and it can be very productive, and you'll be amazed how much it like sparks connection in your consciousness. We also see here though that something creative is going to come forward for you that's going to open up some kind of prosperity and a new beginning for you. We do see there will be a growth in finances for those of you going through this experience. You go from the 8 to the 9, okay? You go to the 8, from the 8 to the 9, so that's growth. Yeah, right now you've been in this kind of like waiting around for things to develop phase. Too much hanging around, man. You need to turn this energy around, get moving, get dancing, get easing on down that road with the hangman energy, Pisces energy coming in there, okay? All right, let's go ahead and see what else is coming in here for the collective. What other guidance you want to give us? I'm doing one more pass of this, and then I feel like the angels want to come in. So we're going to bring the angels in. All right, that's it for this. So we're going to do a cut of the deck here. All right, get a final word here from the Paulina Tarot. Yeah, look. Right now you're in the dark, okay? You got the sun in reverse, opposite side here, 2 of Wands. How do you expect to get a clear view on your future when you got the sun in reverse? It's like you're focusing on everything that's not working in your life. You're focusing on the problems. You're focusing on the shadow. You got too much focus here. We really need to turn this energy around, and we need to focus on the lighter, brighter, sweeter taste of life. There's too much focus on the bitter tea, you know, too much focus on the bitter tea. You need to bring in some sugar. A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. And sweet quality doesn't just involve sweet taste. Well, how can you have sweet taste when you're doing this kind of like panchakarma work? First of all, this isn't the type of cleanse you would do in the springtime that's about liver cleansing, gallbladder cleansing, that involves more kind of like real like astringent foods and foods that are more focused on doing that kind of real light clearing out work. This is more of a building kind of purification. It's to really get your coffers filled and shored up so that you can be healthy through flu season, so that you feel stabilized in your nervous system, so you can feel calm and relaxed as you move through the holiday season. I mean, don't you want that? It's also going to help you keep from putting on that extra weight with the holidays as well, because you're going to be in this nice, beautifully balanced space. I mean, sometimes if you're eating even the best kind of diet and you get good exercise, and you can still have, you know, issues with your weight if you're stressed out. Okay, got to look at the stress hormones. Cortisol will put a lot of weight around your middle. When we're looking at that weight around the middle, we are looking at increased risk for diabetes and heart disease. We need to be mindful of this. There is a stress disorder that is a precursor to these diseases. It's called Syndrome X. Look it up. Look it up. Look at what the precursors are. You might see a lot of yourself in this, okay? But there's a need to kind of like lighten things up, right? So when we're looking at sweet taste in terms of food, it might surprise you what is constituted in sweet taste. It's not granulated white sugar, okay? That's pro-inflammatory. Raw honey is sweet taste. It comes in as sweet taste, all right? It tastes delicious. It tastes sweet. You can make all kinds of beautiful treats with raw honey. Please do not cook it, okay? If you cook honey, you damage it. It becomes toxic to the system. But good raw honey, sweet taste, is a wonderful rasa. And it actually is very nourishing for the digestive system, for the immune system, all across the board, for ojas, which is what builds the nectar of life within your body, all right? So honey comes in as sweet taste, but it transforms to hot quality when it enters the gut because of its enzymatic activities. So this is very beneficial, antimicrobial, antibacterial, right? Honey is a wonderful way to bring in sweet taste. And you can even let yourself have, you know, a tablespoon a day. Oh my goodness. We got a national alert going on here. Hold on a minute. Interesting. No action required by the public, just testing the emergency system. All right. Isn't that an interesting thing to come in as I'm talking about focusing on the brighter side? This like fear energy coming in. Be mindful. Okay, be mindful of the programming you're taking in. You might be spending too much time on social media. You might be spending too much time taking in doom and gloom. You might be hanging around with people who are kind of in this fear-based mindset, you know. That can cause all kinds of issues as well. It can affect your view of life, all right? Be around people who are optimistic. Be around people who are looking at the bright side of life. Always look on the bright side of life. Maybe watch some Monty Python, you know, have yourself some laughs. This is also like get out in nature, get some sunshine in. Let the sun shine in. It's important for vitamin D. As we start to head into the darker months, seasonal affective disorder can be an issue. It can lead to depression. It doesn't take much to counterbalance that. All you have to do is a little sun gazing, all right? You can spend 5 minutes, start your day, go outside with your chai, and just kind of turn your face toward the sun. And you want to just close your eyes so there's just like a little sliver of opening and look directly at the sun, but through this like filtering of your eyelashes. And what happens is the light enters in through the cornea and it actually nourishes your entire endocrine system. And it is so beneficial. It's one of the best ways to take in natural vitamin D, which most of the American population tends to be deficient in. It's also one of the best things that you can do to counterbalance seasonal affective disorder or the depression that is very common during this time of the year. Open up your blinds, open up your curtains, let some fresh light in, let some fresh air in when you can. This is important. Spend some time in nature. Do things that made you feel joyful as a child. You know, this is about bringing this energy in as well. And just enjoy bringing some sweetness into your life, right? When you do this, this will give you an entirely different view, because right now there's just too much focus on the tower, all right? There's too much focus on what's been lost. There's too much focus on the challenges that we're facing globally as a society, when what we really need to do is we need to stop nurturing this, and in order for the change to happen and to get things moving, with the star coming in with the Wheel of Fortune to the Eight of Wands energy, okay, this gets things moving in a productive way, in a positive way. Notice the butterflies on the Eight of Wands. This is transformation, okay? In order to get things moving in a positive way, we need to drop our fixed position. We need to be more open-minded. We need to start nurturing ourselves, filling our coffers, getting ourselves in a good place, and remembering to turn one of those vessels up so this love and this nurturing can come in for us. It's important that we let others pour into us too. It's important that we create a quality of life that pours into us as well, that we're not always just dissipating our energy, okay? Aquarian energy coming in with this. Again, Sagittarian energy coming in with the Eight of Wands. Again, we have Sagittarian energy coming in with the Wheel of Fortune, in particular Ophiuchus, all right? Ophiuchus is Sagittarius, born November 30th through December 18th. We also got Taurus, we got Aquarius again, we got Scorpio, and we got Leo, okay? So these are themes that may be coming in for you. You may be dealing with kind of people that are in an intractable fixed position that are of these signs. This could just be energy that's front and center. It's also highlighting that fixed quality, and this is what we need to shift a little bit. We need to allow things to kind of like loosen up a little bit. Now, what's interesting is that Ophiuchus comes in, I believe, is the key that gets things moving, because we see this with this Sagittarian energy that comes front and center with the Eight of Wands, all right? And with the Wheel of Fortune, again, Wheel of Fortune with Ophiuchus here and the Eight of Wands. This is about movement, movement, movement. It's the movement, all right, that gets things moving into a more hopeful place. It's getting out of the head and moving things into action. So don't be in such a fixed position where you sit and stew, all right? Ophiuchus is the key, because I have another deck where the Ophiuchus energy comes in, but it's like wrapped around the wheel in the Wheel of Fortune, which is like, yes, this gets the energy moving, all right? Ophiuchus is a really cool sign. It's the 13th sign of the zodiac. And Ophiuchus sort of marries the energies of Scorpio and Sagittarius. So Ophiuchus understands the shadow, but Ophiuchus also understands the light and optimism of Sagittarius, and how to kind of rise up out of the heaviness and bring some illumination, bring some levity, move out of that constriction into expansion. So this is the key. A fixed hand is a losing hand at this point, and it's time to kind of stop focusing on what feeds the fear, what feeds the anxiety, what feeds the attachment, to what hasn't been really working, and instead shift it, okay? It's a choice with the Lovers, all right? Gemini energy here. It's a choice. We can stay within sort of like our fantasies, or we can make our fantasies reality. For some of you, you're looking at details right now. You want to reach out to somebody. You want to send a message to somebody. You want to issue a communication. There's that letter. Maybe some of you are writing a letter. Maybe you're kind of trying to refine your approach with this letter. You're not sure if you should send this letter. Maybe allow yourself to kind of like take the time to feel this out. That's okay. King of Swords energy coming in around this. This is air sign energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, okay? Notice this King of Swords is kind of considering. They're considering, they're practicing discernment before they use the sword, okay? So you might want to let a little clarity come in before you take this action, all right? But I do feel like there's some kind of like new opening. There's some love received that comes in on the other side of this experience, all right? And something pours back into you. There's a lot of message information coming in here. I feel like where you've been having challenges in a relationship, one thing that's going to happen as you start kind of focusing on yourself, getting clear, and moving into action in your own life, it's going to make things a lot clearer on the emotional front and in your relationships with others. And I do feel like there's going to be some important healing communication that comes in It's either going to be issued to you or you're going to issue to another, all right? And this is a big choice, but I feel like there will be positive motion forward here. I think there's somebody that's going to, you know, get on the same page with you. There's some kind of a new beginning that comes through this process. That's really kind of a cool message. Let's go ahead and pull out the angel cards here. I'm still tripping that that alert came in the middle of this live. Very interesting. That's strange. All right. Bottom of the deck energy. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles. All right. That came in with that 8 of Pentacles card. There's something that gets born through your creativity. All right. And it does spark a new beginning for you. I feel like whatever gets started now creatively, it really sees its fruition in the springtime. And this card says divine blessings, drives away evil spirits, and rules agricultural production. So I feel that's really just talking about what you start now will grow. You know, it's going to grow into something more. It forms the basis of a new beginning in your future. A new beginning that I feel you're going to be working on throughout the fall, winter season, and you'll really see it come to fruition in the spring. So there's something that's opening up for you in entering into this process, and that's a beautiful thing. We're going to get the angel advice, and then we'll finish off with Kali Oracle, just getting one card, all right? So we just want to see what the angel's input is for all of you. I said I wasn't going to go so long. Look at me. I'm over 3 hours. This always happens. That's okay. It's just the way it is when we're first launching something. There's a lot of stuff I need to cover, okay? Thank you to those of you who've been riding it out with me. Thank you to those of you who dropped in and have to come back and finish off, you know, the rest later. That's all good. It's all cool. You might need to take in some of these downloads like that, you know, just a little bit at a time. All right. Okay. Ace of Swords. Affinity and friendship. Obtain the friendship of anyone. Okay. So some of you are having to leave certain connections in the past. You had to exercise your truth in this regard. You had to draw down some boundary lines. Some of you had to draw a line underneath the past or a line under certain connections and just say, this isn't going to work anymore. I can't continue to invest in this. A lot of you are coming out of this. Maybe somebody you felt was really holding you back or was, you know, working against you in some way, or it's just a hindrance in your life. You know, this wasn't a supportive person. You know, you may still be feeling a little heaviness around this decision, around this situation. You may have felt like you were being held back as well because you are on a growth trajectory, and maybe that's uncomfortable for some of the people you've been dealing with. They might be dealing with their own insecurities, their own perceptions, their own issues. Maybe they're afraid you're going to leave them behind. There's all kinds of things that could be coming up. I think a lot of this will be made clearer for you, but just know where you've had to like release certain things, or at the very least for the time being, create some boundaries around it, some separation. This is, you know, wise. This allows you to really come into balance and allows you to get clear on what kind of relationships you do want to pour your time and energy into. It also allows you to come into alignment with other people like you who are also focused on growth. And this is going to have a positive effect on you. And I feel like there will be an opportunity down the road where you can have some real communication, some honest exchanges with those people that you are wanting to work things out with. For some of you, you're just done with it, and that's okay too. You know, forgiveness exhibits itself in many different ways. For some people, forgiveness just looks like letting something go. Like, I'm not going to sit and nurture this anymore. I'm not going to sit and stress about it anymore. I'm not going to have resentment about it. I'm not holding on to it. I'm releasing it, and that's as good as it gets. And certainly in dealing with trauma, sometimes that's the way it can be, okay? I feel like recently you exercised some core truth. You communicated something. It may have come off very strong. This may have kind of like took some people back. They may feel like you really like came out of nowhere with this. You might have held in your truth for too long, but I feel like where you needed to speak your truth, you were wise to do so. Okay, and now you're able to like move forward in alignment with that truth. I think this will become more clear for you as you move into the winter season this year. All right, so angels, what guidance do you want to bring in for everybody that is moving into this experience? Yep, King of Wands energy. This could be a fire sign. This could be a fire sign that was addressing a Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Yep, Ace of Wands on top of that. Yep, somebody took a strong action. This is very specific. This is very specific. It's coming out as a King of Wands, exercise of truth. And look, they got like the Spear of Lu. This is a bit of the Cauldron of Dagda coming in here. Somebody exercised the power of their truth. They drew Fragarok, the Sword of Truth. They communicated something and they took action on it with the Ace of Wands here to create transformation in their situation, okay? It says eloquence gives answers to those in doubt. Fertility and multiplicity protects against despair and helps one be patient. Okay, so this is somebody who's like, the old way is not working. I see things clearly now. Now that I've seen the truth, I have to move in harmony with my truth. I have to use my fire to take action that actually puts me in alignment with my knowledge of truth. To not do so is to be irresponsible. It's to not take accountability in my situation. I see you stepping into this empowerment big time, okay? And it's what protects you against what was causing so much loss in your life. You're now moving into this place of growth. You know, there will be a big harvest that comes as a result of this daring, of your bravery to do this, okay? And I do feel like where you did need to communicate a truth, I feel like you did it very eloquently. You did it in a way where you can feel proud of yourself. And if you haven't exercised this truth yet, and you've been thinking about the right way to say things, I would say communicate in such a way where you don't regret anything you say. You have no regrets, because there's nothing more powerful than maybe speaking a harsh truth in an eloquent way to somebody who caused a lot of pain, a lot of harm, a lot of damage in your life. There's something about this that just really restores dignity. Notice how the angel is wanting to give you flowers. They're wanting to put your crown back on, straighten out that crown. Fire sign energy coming forward very strongly in this with the King of Wands court card on the board here. That would be Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. It's also working with that Sagittarian energy again. That's been very forward in this read. You may have been dealing with an out of balance in reverse Queen of Pentacles, Earth sign energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. With this being in reverse, you may have felt like this person, you know, didn't give you any answers to your questions, or something was really confusing. You may have felt like ripped off by this person, or like this person was keeping you in a place of being in the dark and there wasn't any kind of clear communication. Nothing was forthcoming. And there's something here about really like exercising a need to just sort of like, you know, be humble, you know, understand that everybody is struggling with their stuff. You can't worry about where somebody else is at. You can't overthrow their own healing process, their own spiritual work, their own karma. Sometimes you can't talk sense into people, all right? Sometimes you can't force somebody to see what may be plainly obvious to you. You got to let people walk their path and learn their lessons in their own way. I think where you tried your best to reason with somebody, where you tried your best to help somebody see that they were not seeing a situation clearly, or were not moving forward in a way that was actually productive or supportive, I think you can relieve yourself of this obligation. I think you are, okay? I think whatever you communicated, whatever action you took, it really was in your best interest. And if you haven't done this yet, it's up ahead. You may even be dealing with this week, and I feel like it'll go very well for you, okay? Yeah, right now you're kind of like trying to get your bearings. You're in hermit mode, okay? You're really wanting to make sure that you're very clear about the choices you're making, the actions you're taking. You're focusing on your spiritual growth. You're in a place of alchemy and transformation. You're kind of just trusting the natural flow of things. You're not trying to force a fit with anything anymore. And this is what's going to help you with your spiritual progress, all right? So this is really good energy here. And we do see with the sickle here, okay, the scythe, there's a separation happening here. You're separating the wheat from the chaff. You're learning what's time to release, where you need to bring endings. And with the spider still sitting out here, just starting its web of creation outside my window, you're looking to weave a new world into being, all right? And you know that the time is coming near for you to take action on this, right? And I do think you'll take action, but there's something here that you're just kind of like getting your bearings for a moment before you take this action. I believe there's something you need to bring forward around communication. You're wanting to make sure that something's communicated properly, and you recognize that maybe there's certain things within yourself you need to bring into balance before you do this. There's a little sloughing off of the old energy still. That's what I'm picking up. Okay, any further guidance before we move on from this, angels? Nope. Okay, so we're going to do a cut of the energy, cut of the deck here. The world. Yep. You brought something to completion. You're bringing something to completion this week. You know what's come to an end. And by you communicating this ending, by you drawing a line under it, this is what frees you up. Again, the world deals with fixed sign energy, okay? So you may be dealing with a Taurus, you could be dealing with a Leo, you could be dealing with a Scorpio, you could be dealing with an Aquarius. Any of these signs could be strongly factoring into your chart. You're meant to work with this energy as an Ophiuchus would, even if you're not an Ophiuchus. That means you're meant to move into expansion. You're meant to choose growth. You're meant to focus on your spiritual work, your karma, the work that you need to do. You're meant to not stay in places, stay in situations, stay in connections that are invested in you staying small. You're meant to move into expansion. When you choose growth, you're never choosing an error, okay? If you're ever confused about what you need to do in terms of a work situation, a relationship, anything you're facing in life, the solution is always to choose growth, okay? So that's what that Ophiuchus energy would choose. It would choose transmutation of the shadow energy to move into the light of expansion. And I see you doing this, and this is a fountain of wisdom for you, and it's going to give you success in all your ventures. So whatever you recently released or whatever you're about to release and you're focusing on this week, you're doing a great job. You're choosing to go your own way. This is going to work out to your advantage. There's success on the other side of this. And yes, you know, you need to defend this, you know, you need to stand up for this. You need to stand up for what you know is right for you. Stand up for your truth. This is 7 of Wands. This is about you having conviction in what you know is true for you. And with this comes liberation and deliverance from enemies, both visible and invisible. So where you've been on the opposite side from, you know, somebody who's been challenging you or playing the role of nemesis in your life, you're getting to the other side of this, and you're also conquering at the same time the enemy within, which is the apathy, which is the confusion, which is the 8 of Swords energy, where it's like, I don't know what to do. I can't take any action. I'm immobilized. I'm a victim. This is like not being a victim. This is, I know what I know when I know it. I know what's true for me. I know what's right for me, and I know what's not right for me. I know what is okay for me to let go of, and I know that maybe I don't know where I'm going entirely yet, but I know that it ain't here, and I'm ready to strike out on my own and trust my path. And it's by doing that that the road is going to rise up to meet you. Okay, really beautiful energy. I like seeing this here. Good energy to head into the cauldron of Dagda with for that quest, right? Perfectly in alignment. I love it. I love it. We got Fragarok already obtained. We got the Spear of Lu already obtained. This is beautiful energy. I'm going to bring in my Kali cards now. We always bring in the Kali Oracle. Every time that we are doing Panchakarma, Kali sets the tone. Kali is that divine mother energy. She's fierce, and she's also very nurturing. She's also very sensual. She's all of it, okay? She is the counterpart to Shiva, all right? Together they are both the destroyer of old worlds and the birther of the new, okay? So we always bring Kali in. And for this oracle, I give like my perceptions of the card that comes in. We're just going to get one overarching theme to start us out, all right? We'll bring in a white light oracle session that's all about like a meditation, a guided meditation. I'm going to record something for that that I'll release on Saturday in tandem with the live, okay? So that'll carry you all through. We already have that from last week, so I'm going to be working on that. And we'll pull a new one that will carry us into the next week. So we'll kind of know what energy is coming in on the other side of the healing session that we take in, all right? So we're just asking Jai, Kalima, what guidance do you want to give us as we embark on these 6 weeks of transformation, transmutation, evolution, growth, healing, renewal. Looks like opening up to the energy of love, Looks like some reconciliatory energy. Looks like some transformational energy in terms of abundance, growth, finances, stability. Just being open to receive. It looks like that's what's really coming in, is opening up the ability to receive. Like maybe this channel's been a little blocked right up until now because you've been more focused on the blockages, the obstacles in your life than the possibilities. And Ted just said, ooh, okay. So I think there's some good things that are about to come in for you all, right? So let's see what Kali has to say to set the tone here, just to cap this off with an overarching theme. And just one card, Kali Ma, okay, just one card. I'm going to take the first one that pops out. If more than one pops out, I'll just kind of take it into the overall message, but really just want one card, Kali Ma, to set the tone for this work we're embarking on today, the community. Again, I will get all those timestamps down for you, but I'm going to have to rewatch this to make sure I get all those details and all the resources pinned for you all in the comments. These always take time to shuffle. These are really like slip cards. Oh, that wanted to, but it didn't quite. Okay. There we go. Ooh. Oh, yes. Kali Kapali. Look at this. Fierce. Look at those ram horns. It's really reminding me of the Aries energy. Taking the initiative. Taking the bull by the horns. That's what I just heard. Take the bull by the horns. Bull, B-O-W-L, bull by the horns. Notice how she has a bowl that's filled with fire. This is about maybe doing some kind of fire cleansing ritual. If you're dealing with some heavy stuff that's related to a situation you've been struggling with for a while, maybe something that feels very shadowy in nature, maybe you still have a lot of anger around this. You might be kind of carrying around a lot of old stuff with you from the past that you're sort of like wearing as a badge of honor. And while I think it's important to acknowledge like the challenges we've risen up out of, I think it's important to remember what we came from and how we earned our wings and got ourselves free of certain things. There's a way that if we stay too focused on what happened in the past, that we can kind of carry this energy forward with us. And you don't want to create more of this in your future, right? So there might be a need to do some release work. And some of this work might look a little fierce, right? It might look a little different than what people tell you true therapeutic work looks like, whatever that is, all right? I put up a playlist that's going to be a growing playlist. It's like a lot of punk music, a lot more kind of aggressive music. It's a very disco kind of like playlist. That's a great place to kind of like just drop in. I'm going to keep adding to it. I want it to be like the longest playlist ever created because I feel like that's something that's really frowned on in our society is like, you're not allowed to be angry. You're not allowed to express your anger. I think this comes up for women a lot in particular, but just in general, people see anger as very destructive. And it's true, it is when the appropriate space is not held around it. But if you can hold a safe space around it, if you can create a sense of containment around it, you can really let your anger out. You can go to that place and you can have a huge release. And when you can have this release and you're not like pressurized in your anger anymore, what happens is you get beyond the firewall. And what is always behind anger is wounding, hurt, vulnerability, sensitivity. And then you really get things moving because once you get the anger out of the way, what comes forward? The tears start to flow. The vulnerability starts to surface. The true nature of what got that firewall, that defensiveness in the first place to form, starts to come up to be cleared and released. And that's when you truly start to get free. So one great way to do that, like I was saying, is with exercise. One great way to do that is put on that playlist that I got going on here, you know, turn on some of this punk music, you know. Allow yourself to just move to it. You don't have to care about how it looks. That's not punk anyway. We don't care about appearances when it comes to punk. Punk is a spirit, all right? So it's just about letting yourself give over to the flow of it. I had a great emotional release the other day. I was laughing. I was just laughing as I was singing along to Ministry's So What. I never really tapped into the humor of that song. But when you start like actually singing the lyrics, there's a lot of humor in that song, you know? It just like kind of trivializes some of the things that we take so heavy, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like this kind of release work would be really beneficial for you. You know, take that bull by the horns. Don't try to hide from the places inside of you where you feel frustrated, where you feel angry, where you feel emotions that you may consider ugly or things that you feel shameful for. Some of you have a lot of shame around your anger, you know? Some of you are really like hell bent on you want to see somebody pay, you know, you want to see them get theirs. You want to get even. You're not proud of yourself for feeling this way, and yet you can't help it. Well, it's legit. That's what you feel. Yes, that's what you feel. If that's where you're at, that's what you feel. All right. So create a space around it where you can look at what's behind that, because that's not the root of the issue. It's a symptom. All right. So exercise, moving your body is a good way to do this. Having a good burn, you know, like I was saying, writing up a letter, saying every ugly thing you'd like to say to that person, and then burning it, you know, releasing it. It can be gratifying. You know, taking old letters, you know, things that you don't want to hold on to anymore, and having a good burn can be very freeing. And it can actually be very freeing for people who have been through fires, you know, people in Sonoma County, people you know, in Maui, you know, in the Hawaiian Islands, you know, having a burn that you're actually in the place of empowerment with it, that can be very transformational when you've suffered as a result of loss from fire. You know what I'm saying? It's a way to transmute that energy. It can be really potent. You can do a burn around the land grab. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's a way to work with, sometimes righteous anger comes forward. Anger can be righteous. It's not always something that we need to frown upon. There is space for rising up against the injustices in your life, in the world, right? And working with this transformational energy can be very powerful. And I feel like Kali is like saying, it's okay. You can look at this. It's all right to look at this. It's all right to, you know, pay some respect to these feelings that you're having around old stuff that it's time to release. And by creating some kind of release ritual around this, by transmuting that energy and creating safe space for you to allow your anger, your frustration, your resentment, your desire to get even, whatever it may be, these shadowy emotions, by bringing them into the light of the transformational fire, maybe through a fire release ritual, you actually end up feeling so much freer, liberated, more clear. Now, that doesn't have to be with the actual element of fire. A way to generate your fire is with exercise, okay? It allows the fire to have a way to release, also bringing attention to crown chakra. You can even do that with like real vigorous, like scalp massage, where you get the friction going. Try this with me right now. You know, especially if you feel frustrated, just really just take your fingertips and vigorously, you know, rub your crown, rub your head, all over your head until you start to feel like heat building up there, okay? Heat rises up, so heat in the body, that spiritual heat, that spiritual fire, that can come through the Kundalini energy, but also like frustration, agitation, stress. I've shown a lot of people this technique, and at first they thought it was silly, and they're like, oh my gosh, it really works, okay? If you've been doing this with me, now just stop. Do you see how your flow of energy is shifted? Just in that. It opens the crown. Oh, whoa. Huh. Wait, I can see clearer. Okay, so if you're in a situation where maybe it's not appropriate for you to let your anger out, maybe you don't have the option of going for a break, you know, breaking for lunch if you're at work or something, just take a couple minutes and you'll feel like, oh, wow, okay, All right, I can deal with this right now. Also, look, it does great things for the hair. And it will over time. It'll do great things for your hair too. All right. This comes in with 8 energy. 8's been coming in a lot. Okay, so 8. If you turn 8 on its side, it makes the infinity symbol. 8 is also about power. Okay, its lessons, its numerological lessons are about the uses of power, holding power in a balanced way, not moving into greed or apathy. You know, it's about having a real balance of power. It's also about give and take. It's about the flow of abundance. You know, there has to be a giving and receiving in order for us to thrive. And that's not just monetarily, okay? It's also in our relationships, in all of our connections, in the work that we do. I mean, an example of that is, let's look at the job again. If you're doing work that is completely unsatisfying, and every day you get up and you dread going to work, like that is work that's just siphoning from you. And maybe it's time to start opening yourself up to different possibilities. It doesn't matter how old you are. Okay, look what I'm doing. I'm about to turn 51 on October 13th. I just started down this road, you know, actually doing readings. That's something I've been doing professionally since I was 18 years old, but I've never done this medium. I've never, ever in a million freaking years saw myself being on video, putting myself out here like this, ever. Okay, you can always reinvent yourself, and you'd be surprised when you start to open yourself to explore, like, well, what does light me up? What does interest me? When you tap into that thing, you do that thing just because, you know. It's like, it was my days off the past couple of days, but I had all these inspirations coming in. I'm like, I just can't stop. I want to do this. This is what I want to do. And that's how your work should be for you. It should be a pleasure for you to work, you know. Your work is something that, it doesn't mean that it never takes effort or that you don't get tired or that it can't be demanding, but it should be something that really like fills you up and inspires you. Okay, that's when you're going to do your best work. And when you do your best work, even though you may be heading down an unconventional path, maybe it takes time to get traction. Maybe it takes time to put yourself out there, to get people to know what you have to offer. It doesn't matter, because you're going to keep going. You're going to be in that spirit of in it to win it. You know what I'm saying? Because what you're doing is the activation of your purpose. It's something that pours back into you, and eventually that success does come. You do reach that place of abundance. But if you're continuing to pour into a relationship, or continue to pour into work, or continue to pour into a lifestyle that just is making you freaking miserable, you're not going to have success. You're also not going to have growth. You're not going to feel happy. You're not going to feel optimistic. So this is really time to start looking at, where is it time to make some sacrifices? Where is it time to start offering up some things to the sacrificial pyre of my life and burn away all the bullshit, so that I can really illuminate what does speak to me, what does fulfill me, the direction that is calling me forward now. Okay, that's what I'm getting with this energy right here. And I believe it absolutely does lead to material abundance. So let's go ahead and see what this author and the creator of this beautiful artwork, just let you look at it one more time. Really fierce image. Kali Kapali, she is what's opening up this journey for us. All right. The artist is Alana Fairchild. I worked with a couple of her decks. I found out she has a whole bunch of decks out there, and I want to get all of them because I love her artwork. Her artwork is so beautiful. I always just go by my own own sense of her artwork. I don't go by book definitions ever with any deck. I just don't. It's not how I operate. I never have. But I do like to read her words, because her art is just so profound, and I want to understand like what inspired her to create this beautiful art. She has all these decks. All the art is like so gorgeous. I want every single one of her decks. I also like to use her cards on my altars because they're so beautiful, you know. So this is going to go up on, I always keep like my work area when we're going through PANCHAKARMA. I turn it into a little bit of a PANCHAKARMA altar. So She's going to be a focal point on our altar to get us kicked off here. And I'm going to be putting together some beautiful like video journals too, just to kind of celebrate the transformational process we're going through. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff coming in here. I hope you're going to enjoy it. I'm bringing a lot of positive changes here at Broad Coven that I think you'll really dig. And I'm also going to be bringing in some new channels that I'm developing that have some fun stuff. And I'm introducing you all to many different aspects, facets of me. And I look forward to getting to know many different facets and aspects of you too. Okay. She who wears the mala of skulls around her neck shall never abandon you. She shall be with you always, lifetime after lifetime, in unending tenderness and devotion, conquering that which would alienate you from your truth and creative power. Trust in the effectiveness of your prayers and requests for her assistance. Have confidence in divine intervention. No matter how dire things may seem, you shall transform a negative experience into a positive one that honors your soul. Kapali is the wearer of skulls. The Kapala Mala or Skull Mala is a version of the prayer or mala beads used to call in and strengthen divine presence by using sacred sounds, repeating mantras or prayers while counting the beads. You are encouraged to speak to her from your heart about whatever is troubling you. She will do whatever it takes to release you from your suffering. This form of Kali arises in a reading when you need to know a truth. She will make sure you find it, even if you would rather continue in peaceful ignorance for a little longer. This truth, however disruptive it may be, is not a punishment. It is protection. You may not be able to see that at the time, but you will be grateful for the changes that come from her revelations later on. Skulls mark the passing of time. Trust that time can be your ally to heal and emerge anew. You will need faith, but in due course, you will see how the universe has been supporting you in all ways when you feel restored and supported again. Often an encounter with Kali Kapali entails direct confrontation with the thing we fear the most. We were just talking about this. Like a physical therapist placing pressure on a point of tension to get it to release, Kali Ma's presence can give rise to acute pain. She is not causing the pain. She is the method by which it is released. It takes a pure and courageous heart to approach Kali, for she is unpredictable and does not respond well to those who try to control her. She always defies the grasp of ego. You cannot know how or when she will enact her divine will. You may feel led right into the emotional, psychological, or physical issues that have thus far evaded healing. She gives no credit or honoring to our fears because she knows our real capacity to overcome them and awaken. Her sacred medicine breaks down our resistance and our confusion and shows us we are made of more potent stuff. A shame. Encountering her is rarely a comfortable experience, yet the pathway forward ultimately becomes more gracious because of her intervention. When Kapali manifests her presence, the powerful symbolic teachings of the skull are at play. Skulls represent an ending and also a triumph of a more powerful force, in this case, divine will over a lesser force. In this instance, typically human ego or plans. The skull indicates a need to acknowledge that while we are a powerful divine spirit with free will and much creativity, we also need to operate within the higher power of far greater wisdom. Such a spiritual hierarchy is not oppressive in any way. It is a sacred order that keeps us safe and helps us to grow. At a soul level, we have agreed to walk a particular spiritual journey this lifetime. Our empowerment comes not through resisting, but engaging with our life path, no matter how mysterious, devastating, or deeply challenging our experiences may be. Kali Kapali signifies that somehow, even out of the darkest interior struggles, suffering will give way to spiritual freedom and deep peace. Commit yourself to participating and co-creating your life path with all the passion of your mind, body, and soul, while submitting to the greater workings of your destiny with all the trust your heart can muster. The skull, especially without a jawbone, has been a symbol of those who operate outside traditional moral conventions in Eastern and Western cultures. Kali Ma is the queen of such unconventional spirits. The appearance of Kapali can be a sacred message that your soul path shall not be limited by societal conditioning of any kind. Conformity will not support your journey and would threaten to rob you of your spiritual freedom, especially at this time. She is here within you, reminding you that you have the strength to remain true to yourself, even if that means standing apart from others. Very Discordian statement. I'll have to put up a meme today that speaks to this. I'll put a note that it relates directly to Kali. It's exactly what it's talking about. Tune into the spiritual power within. It is beyond what society understands and can offer. It will nourish, protect, inspire, and guide you through any troubles. If your path is diverging from your original plans, or your journey is out of sync with those around you, trust in what is happening and know that you are within her care. Kali is my home girl, okay? This is who is on my arm here. Okay, this is a medicine piece. This is a tantric form of Kali. Wish I could show it better. Okay, see, she's got the skull mala she's wearing. It's like a Devi form of Kali, Chamundiye, who deals with trauma, the trauma goddess, right? And I got this as like a blood sacrifice, okay? Because I had a lot of bad blood I needed to clear. I was told this by my teacher in Ayurveda, Deanna Batdorf, and I wanted to create some kind of, she was talking about different ways I could do this, like having healing communication, all of this. But I really wanted to actually work with blood, to balance this out. And she had mentioned doing some Rudraksha kind of like Rudrakta kind of clearing work, purification work, which sometimes you can do that through going and giving blood, can be a way to kind of cleanse the blood. I didn't feel called to do that though. I felt called to get a medicine piece. And so I went into mantra and had this piece done by Aaron Hodges of Lost Coast Tattoo. He's out of Sebastopol. Amazing, amazing tattoo artist. I need to go and see him for more work. I'm not going to get this finished until I see him. I want flames out into this. There's all kinds of action going on with this. It's not quite complete yet. But he really held good space around this. And I stayed in mantra the whole time that he did this. And I lost a lot of blood to this piece. And you'll notice, I don't know how well you'll see it, but up here she has a skull bowl, and like the blood from the thorns is dropping into the bowl as an offering. This is the energy, it's about releasing the bad blood. It's about allowing that energy to be transformed. It's understanding that sometimes we have to just let things release. We have to let things go. We have to go our own way. I was inspired by the Bronte quote, he who dares not grasp the thorn should never crave the rose, okay? Some of you got your eyes set on a rose, you're like, you're tired of the hard times and bitter tea. You want better. You want the sweetness of the bloom, okay? You've grasped the thorns. You got the scars to prove it, and you're ready for something that's going to bring more beautiful fragrance into your life, more lushness, more sensuality. And when I say sensuality, I don't just mean like, on a sexual level, although that certainly can come into play. I'm talking about really enjoying this life and having a sensual experience. That's why you have a physical body. It's so you can experience this garden of earthly delight and the pleasures it has to offer. And as long as you're holding on to, clinging to all the heaviness, all the darkness, all the old pain, and you're not turning it over, allowing yourself to directly confront it and release it, you're denying yourself the pleasure of this life. And that's a great injustice, and it does a great disservice. And so you may find in your desire to move forward and to actually claim more of the mana that life has to offer, it means you have to go your own way. You may really be diverging from the crowd right now, you know? You may be seeing things very differently from people that, you know, you've known your whole life. They may think, what the heck's gotten into you? You know, rejoice that you're seeing things differently. It means you're waking up. If what you're doing feels a little dicey, if it makes you a little nervous, good. That's productive, because, you know, growth doesn't happen in our comfort zones. It just doesn't, you know? And like I was saying, growth, transformation, it has everything to do with your willingness, your ability to hold space and to be present with discomfort. And then if you do it long enough, you'll be like me, you know, where you eventually get to this point where no matter what happens, you're like, okay, another thing. And when the sorrow comes, you don't push it down, you don't avoid it, you don't invade it, you allow it to run through you. It can even feel sweet and releasing to have a good cry, to let your righteous anger flow, and then it doesn't get jammed up in your system. Okay, it's just like the river, it keeps on floating on, and now I'm in this moment, and now I'm in this moment, and now I'm in this moment, and I don't know why I'm here. And same as it ever was. Same as it was. Days gone by, talking heads that coming in. It's that kind of vibe, you know. Sometimes you, I need to have that aha moment, and snap myself out of this monotony, and I'm seeing things differently. It's this constant process of like waking up into the moment. And there will come a point where if you stay on this track, even though people may not understand you right now, you'll find people who do get you. If you're on this track, I get you. This is where I'm at. I don't feel attached to things anymore. I didn't used to be like that. I used to live my life like this. Why isn't anything working for me? Why am I so miserable? I don't understand. I laugh at it now. You know, now I laugh at it. I laugh at things that people think are inappropriate for me to laugh at. And it's because I see the folly in it. People don't understand. I'm not speaking as somebody who's like, doesn't have any concept of trauma. I've had every kind of trauma you can imagine. I've been raped at knife point. I've been homeless, okay? I've dealt with the most severe betrayal. I've been in poverty, all right? I've dealt with eating disorder. I faced my physical, I could go on and on. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. None of it matters. And in fact, I'll tell you that I got to a place where one day walking in the crosswalk in middle of Sebastopol, I started laughing for joy, because I realized that all of this traumatic stuff that had happened to me that used to cause me so much suffering, and I wore it like my badge of honor. I've been through this, I've been through that, all this bad stuff's happened to me. I laughed because I realized, oh my God, if it wasn't for all this stuff, I wouldn't be who I am. And I love who I am now. Like I'm finally in a place where I feel like me. I accept myself unequivocally. And I look back on that former self that was so scared, that clung to things so tightly, that lived so small and so contracted, and was so afraid to bring my voice forward, to bring my contribution forward. And I look back at her and I don't feel connected to her anymore. I don't. I really don't. I feel like an entirely different person. And a lot of that has to do with my anorexia crisis that I went through. There was a real there was a real shift that happened there. That old identity is gone. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people who encounter me now knew me back then. They're like, who are you? Like, who are you? You never were like this before. Well, that's because I wasn't me before. I was who other people wanted me to be. I was in the box that I was put in, and I allowed myself to stay there. And it took a crisis in my life. You know, this is the grace in crisis. Sometimes you're given a box of darkness and you recognize, just as Mary Oliver said, that this too is a gift. It ended up being the source of my empowerment. It ended up being the activation of my purpose. So we can go through devastating stuff. We can go through horrible stuff. I got childhood trauma. I got all of it, man. I got PTSD, okay? I recently had my PTSD reactivated because of some stuff that I've been going through recently. You know, for the first time in, 12 years, I woke up, a few nights in a row with night terrors, screaming out of nowhere. The only difference is now it's not covering up a repressed memory. Now I have the memory. It's at the forefront of my consciousness. This is the thing. It's like once you make the unconscious conscious, it no longer rules over you. You see things clearly. And yes, when you're looking at trauma healing, some of the stuff you see, it's going to be ugly, man. Yep. And there's going to be times when you're down in the muck. There's going to be times when, I'm just going to keep it real, you're going to feel like, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to feel this anymore. I'd rather not even be here anymore. You'll go to some deep, heavy places. But if you can stay present and you keep making contact with your heart, okay? That's why we put the hand on the heart. That's why we put the hand on the belly. Nope, but I am here. Yes, this hurts like hell. Yes, I want to escape this. Yes, I don't want to feel this right now. Yes, this feels like too much. Yes, I'm overwhelmed. Yes, I'm still here. Yes, I'm still feeling it. Yes, I'm still alive. Yes, I'm in this body. All of these things are conscious practices to anchor you in the present moment and wake you up. Wake you up. And the more that you do this, the more free you get. And I will tell you, there will come the point when you will be so grateful. You will. And nothing will rule over you anymore. And you'll greet life like this, like the lotus flower. Open hands, ready to receive. The goddess loves to fill empty hands. If you're like this, you can't receive anything. You're going to stay contracted. You're going to stay stuck. Your relationships aren't going to work. The more you try to control, the more you try to hold on, nothing can get through. It's only soft, 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 open, open, soft, relaxing. Yes, 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 yes. No mud, no lotus. It's part of the deal. It's two sides of the same coin. And it can't be helped in this life. And it certainly can't be helped now that we're in the age of the Kali Yuga. We are in the final stages of the age of the Kali Yuga. We are looking at the decline of capitalism. We are looking at a need to completely redefine, restructure the way we move forward. The old way is dead. It does not work anymore. It doesn't work globally. It doesn't work politically. It doesn't work within our relationships. It doesn't work within our health. It doesn't work with the nature balance. Okay? It doesn't work. We're on the precipice of the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Will we get it right this time? Only you can determine that on your individual level. We can't control what other people do. So where you're diverging from the crowd, where people are looking at you and thinking you've lost your mind, or are you having a midlife crisis, or what the heck are you doing? You've never done this before. Just understand you're rocking their world. You're rocking their static framework that they put around you. And maybe you're waking up for the first time, and that's something you should really celebrate, right? Growth is uncomfortable, but the more you step into it, the more free you're going to get. And then you're going to hit this beautiful point eventually where you're just not attached anymore. You're able to trust the flow of your life. You're able to trust the wisdom of the flow of your life. And you don't get upset, overly invested when something's heading south. You instead look at it and go, okay, this is here to show me something. What can I learn from this? And the way you greet this allows the energy to move through you quicker. So you don't stay stuck for years, okay? And that's what it's about. That's what it means to get free, right? To get free, but yet still be in the marketplace, still be in the thick of it. So I want to take just a moment here. She has this beautiful little condensed invocation ritual. For those of you who want to receive it, you can follow along. If you'd like to follow along and receive this invocation ritual, I'm going to receive it when I watch the replay. I want you to just kind of like, just take a moment, okay, and just receive the words and go through the actions as I bring them in. Just make sure you're in a nice seated position. Close your eyes, turn your energy inward, and just start focusing on your breath as I bring this in for you. Beloved Kali Kapali, wearer of the sacred garland of skulls, I implore you, Ma, be my sanctuary and savior against the falsehoods of ego. Block all malefic energies from taking effect. Help me, Ma, so that I may find the courage to be true to my higher self and engage joyfully with my authentic, passionate purpose for the spiritual benefit of all beings. Jai Ma Kali. Touch your head lightly and with reverence as that feeling for the skull beneath your outer appearance. Receive these words now. This sacred skull is an expression of the soul, yet it too shall pass. May I have the courage and divine protection necessary to fulfill the divine purpose for which I was born. May I be protected from that which is not meant for me, so that I can receive my glorious divine destiny for the spiritual liberation of all beings. Jai Ma Kali. Place your hands in prayer and sense the loving connection between your head and your heart. You have completed your sacred ritual, and welcome to the opening of our 6 weeks of journeying together on a journey of purification, transformation, liberation, expansion, evolution, and all things worthy of focus, time, care, and attention in our lives. And I'm really feeling just like such a positive momentum building here. I'm really excited for the quest of the Cauldron of Dagda as well. I'll bring in a read for you all that are on that journey in tandem with Panchakarma, or just on that solo journey. You're all at different places. You're all focused on different things, but I'll be bringing in a reading session for you all tomorrow on Thursdays. Thursdays is going to be the Cauldron of Dagda drop-in day, okay? I bring in a little bit of your influence into the Panchakarma too, because for me, I'm doing both and they're really intertwined. And you can always come to this later down the road too. If you haven't integrated the Cauldron of Dagda, if you're not ready for that, you may be ready for that after you do some of this Panchakarma work, and vice versa. If you're not really drawn to Panchakarma at first and you're doing the Cauldron of Dagda, you might decide to dip in on this end too. So let it be your own journey. Let it be your own exploration. I'm going to just give a moment here to see if anybody wants to bring in any questions, any input, while I kind of like straighten things up here, because I do see there's some people in the room. I want to make sure that if you all have any questions about the material, or you want to share an experience or anything you need to bring forward, that I really honor your voice in this experience and I hold that space for you. Just going to give you a few moments here. I can already feel I got Amma coming up. You may have heard me clearing my throat quite a bit during this live. I've been talking a lot lately too, so that's part of it. But I do have some Amma that's coming up to be released. You'll learn about Amma. If you haven't done this before, Amma is that which is undigested. It presents in the body as mucus, okay? So as we start to do this detoxification work, you'll notice you got like mucus coming up and out, and out and down. You start to really release it everywhere, you know, from your nose, you're like coughing it up. You're having like congestive stuff come out of the ears. You might have congestive stuff come out of the belly button, right on that horror line. You know, definitely when you go to the bathroom, you might be noticing, you know, more mucusy kind of stuff coming out. It's just old sludgy energy. It's related to that which is undigested. Some of it is the manifestation of just like your digestion not working properly. And because of that, you know, you got old buildup of toxic accumulation that's being released through the intestines. We are going to do gentle cleansing of the intestines with this PANCHAKARMA, okay? Going to get the old stuff moving, right? And sometimes it's just the accumulation of, you know, what's happening mentally, emotionally, spiritually in our lives that also manifest physically. So sometimes it's like undigested experiences, undigested emotions. This is why some people will come to me and they'll go, oh my gosh, like I got some exercise in, I moved some of that fire, I got a lot of emotions flowing. The next thing I knew, I was throwing up mucus. It was just mucus. There was no vomit. It was just mucus. It's like, yep, moved a lot of ama. You had emotions you needed to digest. And because you allowed that to, you know, happen, you created the space for that. Now you got all that old sludgy stuff out of your system. And it's just going to make you feel more and more clear. I'm telling you, PANCHAKARMA is amazing because it doesn't just improve your physical health. It improves your mindset spiritually. You feel more plugged in. You're also going to notice a whole new radiance taking root. Like your skin is going to look so clear. Like people always ask me what I do for my skin. And I have people who think that I do peels and treatments. And I do not. I do not. In fact, I don't use any skincare at all. I don't use any skincare. Here, I'll let you see my face close up. I have no foundation, no makeup on my face right now. Okay? This is my natural skin. All right? I don't have injections. I've had no work done. I don't have any special skincare regimen. I do oil cleansing. And I'll bring in something on oil cleansing for you all. I cleanse my face with oil. That's it. That's what I do. I don't put anything on my face that I can't eat. No chemicals on my face. Even like my eye makeup, I don't use foundation. I don't like it. I don't like the way it feels. Actually, I prefer to not wear makeup. I've been trying to wear makeup a little bit more because it does tap me into a different side of my personality. And I like it from when I'm doing filming, you know, but there's been times, everybody knows, they've seen me come on here in a bathrobe and no makeup. I'm just not really hung up on superficialities and never have been. My mom is like a real natural woman, and my mom always raised me that way to just like value what's on the inside. Like I don't get caught up in the whole imagey stuff, but this is me. This is my skin. I think for somebody who's about to turn 51, my skin looks really great. It's all because of Ayurveda. It's all because of Ayurveda. So I'll bring in that piece, you know, that's a yummy part, you know, you'll start to notice that, but even this, how I look right now, you're going to see 6 weeks from now, my skin's going to look better. My eyes are going to look clearer, you know, my hair will look more lustrous. It's very beautifying. All right. So all this stuff is really just going to like build the light inside of you, and you'll see it exude through you. So one thing I really encourage you to do today is to get a couple pictures, all right? Starting pictures that you'll save on your phone. I'll talk a bit about this on Saturday with the live to help you understand how to decipher what you're looking at. We'll talk about what to look at on the tongue and what to look at on the face, because you can actually tell what's going on internally by looking at these outside markers, okay? So you want to get a picture of your face close up in natural lighting, okay? No makeup on, all right? And when I say no makeup, I mean, it's okay if you have a little residual makeup left from like cleaning off your face or whatever, but you want to have no foundation on, right? So we can really see the quality of the skin. It's better if you like take off any eye makeup and stuff too, all right? But have your hair pulled back as well, all right? so you can get a real clear view of the face, right? So like this, all right? So you want to do a photo in natural sunlight so you can see where your skin's at right now, okay? And where your eyes are at, how everything's looking, all right? And then you want to do, I'll do it here just because I always show everybody just so, you know, they know that I'm doing this with you and I'm willing to like look like an ass, you know, to make it easier for you to go there. Then you want to take a picture of your tongue stuck out like so. Really good. Really good. I mean, I got Alma there. A little more work needs to be done on my circulation. You notice how it's got kind of like this whitish, like pale coating? It's got pink there too. It's not too bad, but I do have some Alma. I'm moving, okay? So you really want to get to know your tongue. But my malabsorption's gone. That's excellent. That took a long time, okay? Malabsorption is a problem that most people in the United States deal with just because of the quality of our diet. You really want to address malabsorption. We will be addressing malabsorption, okay? Because if you don't deal with malabsorption, it doesn't matter how healthy you eat, you can't assimilate the nutrients from your food. That's why some people don't get it. You know, they're like, I don't understand. I'm eating really healthy and doing all the right things, and my health is still shot, you know, or I can't seem to get fit, you know. It's because you got digestive issues. Once you get your digestion on board, then your metabolism gets on board and everything balances out. I'm telling you, okay? So that's the fun part, is watching these kind of like outer improvements. And I'm telling you, everybody who goes through Panchakarma and they stick to it as best they can, this is the most common thing they hear from people. Oh my God, what are you doing? Oh my God, look at your skin. Oh my God, look at your hair. Oh my God, how did you get in shape so fast? It's because you're releasing such karmic load mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, that the transformation by the end of it is like looking at two different people. It's like, whoa, who turned on the light in you? You can say, I did. I did the work. I did my karmic work, okay? Right? And this is the perfect time for it with Libra in the South Node. It looks like we're good. Looks like there's no questions. So I ended up going over 4 hours. I said I wasn't going to do it, and I did. See what happened? But it's okay. Saturday, I'm going to do a much shorter download, okay? I have to, because I have other things I need to bring in on this channel. And when I do these 4-hour downloads, it's like, I'm done for the day. So I'm going to be finished for today. I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to bring in the Cauldron of Dagda read for all of you who are questing. All right. And we'll see what else I bring in. I've been bringing in some shorts. I hope you saw the short that I released in the wee hours last night. It's introducing the Native American indigenous astrology to the channel. And we're starting off with Libra, which is actually Raven within that system of astrology. I'm not going to completely do away with Western astrology here for readings, okay? So don't worry about that. But I do want to bring in this influence because it's part of my roots. And I also feel like it's going to bring something different to the table. I think it'll connect you more with nature. It's going to just bring a different dimension to your experience. And there's all kinds of medicines you can work with. And the reads are going to take on a very different quality and tone. So I am going to bring in a read for Raven this week. So be on the lookout for that. And if you haven't checked out that short yet, check it out. I think it'll inspire you. It's a different take. Okay, it's a real different take. And I also feel this is something that's going to come through. It's going to help people understand Western astrology from a different lens, through a different perspective, because you're going to see some of the qualities that come in just with Raven. You know, compare it to what you hear about Libra, and then compare it against the native perspective of those born during this time. And you're really going to have a different insight into the energy. All right, so I'm really excited for this. This is really cool. And I'll be doing this for each of the signs, okay? So you're all going to get this read. We're kicking it off with Libra, though, as is customary, all right? Because it is Libra season, so Raven is up first. And I will be making a short for each individual native astrology birth totem sign, okay? Before I bring in the reading, just so you can get acquainted with the energy, familiar with the energy, and can start looking through like a little different window in that grid of reality, a different reality tunnel, and a different lens to view astrology through. So I'm also in talks with Cal Garrison. For those of you who've been wondering, when's Cal going to be on again? Cal brings in a lot of fire to this channel. Cal has, you know, a lot of wealth of wisdom to share. Cal also has very strong views, you know. Sometimes me and Cal see things a little differently too. But I think it's important for these kind of discussions to take place, and she has a lot of value to share, and it's always a worthwhile discussion. Cal is also able to stay in that place where we can have these conversations with each other, and people can bring in their thoughts and perspectives, and it's always been a really good experience, even when kind of like touchy stuff gets brought in. We're talking about doing a live where we do all Lilith astrology. So we're going to talk about the mythos around Lilith. We're going to talk about Lilith, the asteroid, and how that affects astrology, what's been going on with Lilith astrologically. And I think it'll be really good. So do look for that to come in with Cal. We're aiming for sometime around, you know, the end of October, beginning of November. I'll make an announcement when that comes in. So yes, Cal is going to be back, all right? And we'll have another, I'm sure, wild and woolly discussion. It'll be a lot of fun because they're always great events. And I think that's about it. Have a beautiful day. Enjoy these next 2 days, just kind of like sinking into the material. If you don't have the courses yet, again, go to cobrasmedicinebag.com. You'll see right on the home page there, if you scroll down. If you're on your phone, you'll have to scroll down a little bit, okay? You're going to see a button that takes you right into the VATA course. Right below that, there's a button that takes you right into the Grace and Crisis course. They're both free. And right around there, you're also going to see a donate to Cobra's Medicine Bag. So if you feel motivated to do that, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to the people that have. You're allowing me to continue to further this philanthropic work. It's not required at all, but I always graciously receive, because it is what supports the vision, okay? So thank you to all of you who are supporting in that way or feel moved to do so. Go on, get yourself those 2 free courses. Read the first week's lesson. Don't go beyond that. You'll see the focuses, and that's everything that we talked about in this live. And just let it germinate over the next couple days, and then move into action and start exercising the focus for the week and bringing this stuff in, okay? But give yourself today and tomorrow, you know, to just kind of like sink in with the material, see what it brings up in you. Maybe get yourself some things to support you in this process. Maybe set up your environment so it feels really supportive. Maybe have a talk with your loved ones about what you're doing if you live with people, just so you can get everybody on board and they know not to, like, you know, not trample on you, not step on your toes, let you do your own thing. You're not going to try to control their experience. You appreciate the same in return. You might be surprised. You might inspire some people to join along with you, okay? And also just look at what maybe you need to do some shopping for. You know, if you need to go and get the stuff to make the cocoa, tulsi, chai tea, you know, you might want to go and do a little shopping, or maybe get some stuff to make some nourishing meals on hand, you know, just all that kind of preparation stuff. So we do this every round just to prepare for Panchakarma so we can really dive into it. I'm going to be focusing on that today and tomorrow, just kind of like getting stuff set up for myself. You might want to set up a little altar with a focal point for the Panchakarma. I'm going to be working on that here. And yeah, Saturday we'll drop in. We'll talk assessments. We'll talk what to look out for, how you can track things, and also how you can maybe determine what your birth prakriti is in Ayurveda if you're not sure what your dosha type is, and should be a good experience. So thank you to all of you. Have a beautiful day, and I'll be back tomorrow with an update. and a read for those questing for Cauldron of Dagda. Love to you.